Hey, happy hump day, everybody. It is Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. It's over. The summer is coming to an end, guys. We got one more real month of it. I can't wait for fall, I'll tell you right now. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. It's great to have you back. All you awesome peeps and peepettes, thank you for joining us, guys. We're looking at the Tabitha Tuders case today. I'm sure you are all familiar with this. Over 20 years later, still nothing, guys. All these cold cases are out here, and there's nothing. So, bringing awareness to it, making noise about it, talking about it, bringing it back to the surface, and letting people know that these people are still not found. And there's still no justice and no closure for these families. So that's why we're looking at it here at the True Crime Cafe with me, Mr. Dago. So thank you guys for joining me. As always, much appreciated, guys. Please make yourselves comfortable. Make sure you're hitting that like button when you come through the door, if you will. Share this out to everybody and anybody you think would be interested in having these conversations with us in here. And let's get this dang old show on the road. Here we hello, all you beautiful people. Welcome back. Great to see you again. Hope you're all having an amazingly wonderful day. Hope you all had a great night. Thank you for those of you that joined me for the late show last night. And for those of you that joined me for yesterday's show, you guys are so very much appreciated. And it's great to be here with you once again. This makes my day go by with a smile on my face. So thank you guys. And first and foremost, I want to thank everybody in this community that has participated in helping me and my family with our personal issues. You guys are the most amazing people as far as I'm concerned, period. And we all here in the Dago household appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. And I want to say thank you to all of you. You're all very, very, very amazingly beautiful people, and I appreciate you so much. I'm very proud to be part of this community and to be part of this whole family that we have built here. So thank you to all of you, and God bless each and every one of you. I don't even have any more words than that. So thank you again. It is great to have you all here and great to see you all as we look into another real deal true crime case, because that's what we do here in the True Crime Cafe. So thank you for joining us for that. And for those of you that are into true crime, thank you for being here. We appreciate that very much. Come on in, get comfortable, find a seat, and let's talk about these things. I'm going to wait just a little while, a little bit longer here. Let's see how many more peeps we get in here so I don't have to go backwards and start it again. So that's the plan. But while we're waiting, let's see who we got here for right now. Looks like Butterfly 71's back in the house. Hello and welcome back to you. Miss Paula, welcome. Always a pleasure. Elizabeth Lander, thank you for joining us today. Robert Bell, my friend, good to see you. Adaz, what is going on? Good to see you. Kells 420, always a pleasure, dearie. Miss Cassie Cass, hello. Finally, good to see you for been a minute. Steven's Adventure, welcome back to you. Chelsaurus Rex, hello and welcome. Thank you, Miss Andy Rose. Speaking of Andy Rose, hello and welcome to you. Thank you. Kelsey Carson, hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. James Tate, welcome. Always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for being here. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Hello, Miss Brandy. There's my bracelets. The awesome Miss Andy sent me for health and good measure, things like that. And I am wearing them, Miss Andy, as always. So is my wife. So thank you. God bless you. We appreciate you. Doc Holiday, my friend, is in the house. How are you, my friend? Great to see you, sir. And thank you for joining us again today. Always a pleasure. Alicia J, thank you for being here, dear. Appreciate you. Neil Homestead, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. Prying Paula, of course. Wrong numbers in the house. Well, you're in the right place. You might have the wrong number, but you're in the right place. We appreciate you being here. Dixie Marie, hello and welcome to you. I love your name. My Doodlebug, there she is. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to the Blue Crew, every one of you, for being here. I could not, would not, nor should not ever try and do this without you. So that is appreciated. Thank you to my producers as well for joining me and doing what you do. You are appreciated. Come on in, everybody. Get yourself comfortable. Get yourself something to drink, coffee, tea, whatever it could be. Come on in here. Sit down and have a conversation with me, if you will, please. Kawini's in the house. Welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Aaron B, what is up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you. Sunshine. Always need a little sunshine over our faces. That's especially when sunshine's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Sunshine. Kells 420. Goodness gracious almighty. Thank you so much for that super chat. God bless, and you are appreciated. Thank you for being part of this community. We do love you very much. That is so awesome and amazing of you. Music City Mom's in the house. Hello and welcome. Good to have you here. Come on in, everybody. Wow, Kels. God bless. Thank you so very much. That is so very much appreciated. While we're waiting on some peeps, guys, if you will, please check out the amazing and awesome Mr. Arctic Fox True Crime, his channel. There's the link right there on the screen. Go check it out. You will not be disappointed. This man puts in the work just as much as Doodlebug does, and quite a few other creators, at finding the missing and putting out the awareness to get their names and faces seen and heard. Please go check it out via that link. Thank you, Miss Doodle. Arctic is a very, very awesome creator. He's a part of this family, this team, and we appreciate him very much. Amore, hello. Welcome to you, mi amore. Thank you for joining us. Of course, again, we have another one there. One of my awesome and amazing moderators herself has her channel there, Miss Sherry. Wisdom Speaks. There's a link to that channel, guys. Go please check it out. Show a little bit of love and appreciation for what these awesome people do and the stuff that they put out, helping in the area of true crime. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with these people. I'm telling you. I need somebody to drop Doodlebug's link as well. And of course, I drop lots of links in here because I have a lot of people that I want to support in this community that do amazing things. So please bear with that. Um, please, please, if you will. Come on in, everybody. If you will, please share this out, guys. Please, please share this out. There's Arctic right there. Yes, she has, my friend. Yes, she has. Far too long. Over 20 years, guys. One day is too long, but 20 years is unheard of and obscene to me. So that's what we're doing. There he is right there. Arctic Fox True Crime. Guys, check him out. Amazing creator, amazing person, beautiful soul, beautiful heart, amazing stuff he puts out. So please check it out again. And there is the other channel. Miss Doodlebug covers the missing. She puts out slideshows repeatedly covering people that are adults and children that are missing, keeping it on the surface and keeping it warm so we can see and hear those faces and those names. Thank you, Doodle, for everything you do here and everywhere. You are appreciated. There are a lot of missing people, Mr. Aaron. There really are. Thank you, Andy, as well. Very much so. There is Miss Salty. Thank you for joining us, Miss Salty. Hope you're having a great day today. No worries, no worries, no worries, no worries. Miss Brandy, again, thank you for that. We do have a TikTok here. Please go check it out. Miss Brandy works really hard on putting that thing together, keeping it running, maintaining it all on her own. If you haven't seen it yet, please go check it out. Follow it and let us know what you think. She is really working hard on that thing to make it grow. Again, thank you very much, Miss B. Miss Angela, hello and welcome to you. It's great to see you today. I saw somebody said something here. I'm trying to find it now, but I cannot. Where did it go? Come on now. It was a name that's not normally in here, but statement by Miss Chelsea. There it is. Kelsey Carlson. I have seen you be hurt by Detective John and CJ. I have seen you weep with joy and appreciation at reaching 3,000 subs. I count on your humility, tastes to be more good. Oh, well, thank you very much, Miss Kelsey. And God bless you. I appreciate that so very much. Miss Evelyn, welcome to you. Niles Buckman, hello and welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Absolutely, absolutely. Captain Jenks is in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I hope everybody's getting their notifications. And I don't think they are, so. All right, all right, all right. Come on. Oh, let me put this out there real quick. Okay, I guess not everybody gets their notifications, of course, which happens. No big deal. Manum. I think my algorithm is all messed up. I really do. I think that's the problem. I think, senors and senoritas. That's what I think the problem is. But that's okay. It'll work itself out. Okay. Hopefully that might help a little bit. I can't win for losing, guys. One thing goes right, something else goes wrong. You know how that goes. All right. Come on in, everybody, if you will. True Seeker, welcome back to you. Miss Charlie, thank you for joining us. That Ohio Road story to go out. Oh, did you like that? I hope you guys enjoyed that last night. The Murder Road story I told in the Late Late Show last night. I thought it was pretty wild and pretty interesting. And I figured that you guys might be interested in that. And if you did, if you weren't, my apologies, guys. I'm just trying to find things that are interesting, that are crime based, that it is real true crime, that there's no drama connected to or anything else, and bring it directly for what it is. That's all I'm trying to do. So please, if it wasn't something you guys were interested in, I do apologize. Other than that, I hope it was. Thank you, Arctic. There is the other amazing channel, Salty Sleuth. Speaking of, we're going to be live here a little bit later. I'm going to be joining her for a really interesting show that she's going to be having. I'm going to be splitting it so that we can draw all of you guys in there as well. So please don't miss that if you can. There's the link to the channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. You will not be disappointed, I promise. Yes, please share this out, guys. My algorithm is so backwards right now and so upside down. We got to try to fix that. I know it's probably my fault because I missed so much time. It is what it is. I just got to get it right. FarQ, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Share this out. Please hit the like button when you come through the door, if you will. We got 28 people here and 43 likes. I have no idea how that worked out, but okay. I'm not going to complain. Come on in, come on in, come on in. And there's Mama Bear, our awesome and lovely Miss Mama Bear. Sadly, she's probably working. If not, she'll pop in here and scare the hell out of me because she's good for that. YouTube is way out of whack. It really is. Something's not right. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's way off. So thank you, ParkU. YouTube is bugging, Miss Sherry says. Why are you bugging, YouTube? I love it. Yeah, probably. And I'll tell you that I notice a lot of channels are covering the Trump thing. There's only so much you can cover on that unless you go down these stupid rabbit holes where they say that there's 15 shooters and this, that, and then it was Biden that set it up. And I mean, guys, we're not doing all that stuff. Come on. It is not worth it to go down these rabbit holes. It's all stupidity. Somebody tried to do it. He was taken out. It's over. Move on. You know what I mean? There's nothing else to talk about. There really isn't. At least in my opinion, there's not. If something new pops up, of course I'm going to talk about it, but I don't see anything, you know? Yeah, it is the election thing too. I get that. I just don't do politics in here other than, basics. If somebody tries to assassinate former president, we're going to talk about it because it's a crime. But I don't do politics because it leads to other problems. There's a lot of disagreeables in it, things like that, and it's just not worth it. We have an amazing community, and there's no reason to drive wedges between people over something as dumb as politics, There just isn't. So well, there is nothing else to talk about until the investigation's complete, and we actually know who needs to go from the guys. Very true. Very true, Miss Paula. Very good point. Thank you. I mean, there really isn't anything else to talk about. Somebody tried to do that. It didn't happen, thank the Lord. Secret Service took him out, and now the head of the Secret Service needs to resign. In my opinion, that's my opinion. This is, you know what I mean? Um, there was a lot of balls dropped in that scenario. That's all I'm saying. So, thank you, Doodle. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Park Q. I hope you enjoyed it. I don't think she did she or didn't she? I don't know, Paul. I haven't really been following it after what I talked about with it. By the way, you guys, thank you guys. Yesterday, she did resign. Okay, well then that's one good thing. But there's other people that need to be looked into that need to be dealt with, in my opinion. My apologies. Like I said, guys, I've been out of the loop for a while. I haven't seen it, and she should have. Then I'm glad that happened. So please excuse me for not knowing that. Um, I probably should have. Shame, shame, shame on me. Oh, I appreciate everybody that joined us yesterday for the Crystal Rogers show that we had. There's going to be more to that once I get some documents lined up. We will have a second part to that for sure, maybe a third. I don't know, but I want to get some documents lined up and go over the documents with you guys for sure. So that'll be coming up too. I have something that another community member in here is brought to my attention that we're going to be covering. Is pretty big deal in my opinion as well. So we shall see. Doodle. Well, political BS is like a sexy man. Everybody wants some of it until it's too much. I have no words for you, Doodle. Nothing. I don't know where you come up with some of this stuff. I just don't. I love it. I love it. I love it. And we love you. So that's how it works. That's why she's here, guys. She's so awesome. We love her. Come on, everybody. Come on in. Make sure you hit that like button. Please leave a little DNA for us so we can get this show started. Hee hee. It's bad when politics are that's a fact, bro. It is a fact. That's a good point. It's bad when politics are darker than true crime. No lie. No lie. Mocha's in the house. Hey, what's happening? What's up with you? Thank you for joining us. Again, great to see you, True Seeker. Thank you for being here. No worries, Alicia. Take your time. It ain't going nowhere. Thank you again, all of you, for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Mittens for Kittens is in the house. Welcome to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for being here with us today. What did I do before I did this? Oh, Lord. I will definitely say a prayer for you. See, mine is with me every day. She lives in my house, so I feel your pain, Mocha. I feel your pain. I was just sitting there thinking about that earlier. What did I do before I did this? I watched a lot of TV, I think, until I couldn't watch it anymore. I watched a lot of YouTube. Pretty crazy, you know? The things we think about when our brains are working. My brain's starting to work again. It's not so much scrambled eggs anymore. We're starting to get back to, I'm starting to get back to the norm because I'm able to breathe again a little bit, you know? Faux show, faux show, faux show. And again, also something else I'm kind of excited about is we're going to be bringing you a Delphi show here relatively soon too, with all the goodies with it. Mr. Steve is going to be joining us from the True Crime Web. I'm excited about that. It's going to be some good stuff, guys. We're going to have some good shows coming up here, so I am excited for that and about it. I'm glad I'm back too, Truth Seeker. I really have missed you and this in more ways than you have any idea. Telling you for sure. Come on now. My computer needs to work for me. There we go. It is great to be here with you guys. I told you guys before, a lot of you guys that have been here for a long time, that my day never feels complete unless I do this at least once a day. I don't know if there's going to be a late show tonight because I'm going to be joining. There's Miss Kimber. Hello, dearie. Good to see you. We've missed you. I don't know that there'll be a late show or a late show tonight because I will be joining Miss Salty and Miss Kimber tonight. And we're going to be presenting some more interesting stuff in regards to the Madeline Soto case, the monster, Mr. Stephen Stearns. And it is going to be a really good show. So I would really love to see you all there in support of it. You're not going to want to miss it because there's some really interesting stuff that we're going to be talking about. So definitely missed you. I needed my sauce fix. I love that. Thank you. Thank you to the meatballs for all of you being here. Speaking of which, I have something I can do. I just remembered I get some freebies. Make sure that you have the little thing on the side there available to receive gifts. Please, because what did I just do? Come on. It's a little $sign. You click the bottom. Summer Rain, hello and welcome. You never know when you're going to receive some. So let's see if we can do that, okay? I have the ability because YouTube is nice enough to give me some free stuff every now and again. So let's see here. Miss Sherry said, thank you. And I'm right there with her. Miss Sherry says, Wisdom Speaks. I want to thank you all for coming together to help Dago in his time of need. Bless you all. And that, multiply that by 100 from me, please. You have no idea. My entire family, my wife was in tears last night of joy. There's a lot of stress that's been relieved. So thank you all for that. Can we drop Salty's link again, please, Truth Seeker? I'm going to try to split the stream, guys, and run it with her. That way I will draw people as well, because it's going to be a good one, guys, and you're not going to want to miss this. Yes, Paula, you all, every one of you in here is absolutely amazing. Hey, Kels, don't worry about it at all, please. The thought of it is even enough for me. Just being here supporting me in the channel alone is more than enough, guys. You guys are beautiful. I'm telling you. What was I doing? I saw it, Miss Kells. I sure did. I try to catch everybody's messages. Sometimes I miss them, and I'm so sorry. I really don't mean to. Hold on here. Thank you, Doodle. Yes, guys, we have some pretty wild merch going on. Doodle has been putting things together left and right. If you want a little piece of the cafe to wear with you, carry with you, drink your coffee out of, please go check out the link there and get some True Crime Cafe merchandise, if you will. You may just enjoy it. The shirts are nice. The hoodies are nice. Everything that's in there is pretty wild. I actually kind of like it a lot. And the pricing is not bad at all. At all. What did they give me this time? Ah, nice. All right. Let's see what happens here. Is this right? Mama Bear, Mama Bear. Are you working, Mama Bear? I think you can even get like the coffee cups and mugs and stuff. I think you can get those personalized. If I remember seeing something Doodle said, I think, I think. Shoot, hold on a second, everybody. I'm sorry. There's Salty's link right there. For those of you that aren't familiar, please go check it out. Subscribe if you can, and join us today. I think it's going to be 8 or 9. Salty's will be in here. She'll let me know for sure. But tonight, and or the cups, the mugs, and the cups. We have tumblers too. I think you can get your name put on it. I believe, if you want, or a name, however you want to do it. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right. That sounds awesome, Daz. Uh-oh. Yeah, I told you she was going to try to scare me or surprise me. Hello, Murmur Bear. Yeah, Mama Bear.
Murmur Bear?
I don't know what I just said. Don't ask me. I have no idea. I'm sorry. Murmur Bear. Hello, Miss Murmur Bear.
Hello.
Durgo. I think I got Cassie's problem. I think that's what it is. It's Durgo and Murmur Bear. Bursty Burr. Right. I'm in a good mood today. If you have, I see that, Leslie. Dago, I'm here. Yes,
I
thank you.
noticed.
I haven't been in a good mood in days. I'm trying to be.
Days? Weeks?
Okay. Sorry. Jeez, nothing
A
like calling
month?
me out. A month. Well, it's been a minute. I know. I'm trying to pull myself back together.
I know.
Boing, boing, boing. Work to perk. Yes, dude. I knew she'd play right into that. She went nuts with that as soon as I started it. Burn, burn, burn. See, work to perk. Boing, boing, boing. Work to perk. Casey bird. Whoa! Hey, good
That's
lord!
been a minute.
Thank God that my camera wasn't on.
Damn.
Excuse me 1 second.
I
It's
missed
the
it.
boss lady calling.
That's funny, Kills. Seriously, that'd been hilarious, Doodle. Brandy probably would have fell out. Like, what is wrong with you? Nothing yet, Pagopolis. Right? Yeah, she might have played along too. Maybe for you, Andy. I'm hoping it's not here for another August, September, 2 months, 3 months. What are you? Aw. Well, thanks for hanging with him, Wisdom. I was snoozing. Milo probably is in trouble. He's always in trouble for doing the Humpty dance.
Because he's a pervert. Swear to God, he is. And the other one likes to hump his head. I'm like, what are you guys doing? I mean, do you not understand that it doesn't work this way? My wife, my wife, my wife is special. She was like, "Is the pool been like skimmed?" And I said, "Yeah, honey, everything was done and all this." She was like, "Good, I'm gonna jump in." And I said, "Oh, okay." She's off for 2 days after today, and I said, "Why? What's going on?" She's like, "It's hotter than Satan's taint out here." And I went, "What did you just say?" Satan's taint. I said, "That's a new one." I said, "I do have a question." And she said, "Yes." And I said, "How do you know how hot Satan's taint is, by the way?" She said, "Shut up,
Mm.
Joe. Just shut up." I said, "Okay, I'll shut up. Leave it to my wife. Leave it to my
Yep.
wife. She comes up with these things constantly. I'm glad and grateful that you've joined me today. Thank you."
You're welcome.
What is that? Oh, little bikinis. That's cute. Pugopolis in the house. What's happening? Cold weather. I hope
Doodle.
fall is soon. Get it, Milo. Yes, he's always doing that. I'll look up every now and then. And this dog does some weird things. He'll lift his leg like he's peeing on something, but he doesn't pee. He just lifts his leg up on it. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm glad he doesn't pee. Don't get me wrong. That thing right there, that little tree thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this? Yeah. Anyway, you see what I'm pointing towards. He'll walk by, lift his leg. Nothing comes out ever. I'm like, what are you doing? I think it's just like in his mind, he feels like he has to do it.
Yeah, probably.
It's weird. And then he runs and finds Alfred and humps him. And then they flip flop, and Alfred humps his head, and then they snip each other's underneath sides and try to lick each. It's so gross. I'm telling you, these two they're just nasty little perverts. Period. Show the video I posted in the pets Discord. That's my Roxy sheep hat. Aw, weirdo. Okay. Uh, where is it? Where is it? How was your day today, by the way, Bear Bear? I'm a bear. I can't talk.
Um, it's okay. Had to get up again between 6 and 6:30 because kids went back to school today.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah. So I did that. Came home, did a few things, then I got ready, went to work at 9, got home a little after 1-ish. Laid down, the kids got home around 2:30, talked to them for a while, and then hopped on here.
Back to school it is. Back to school.
Yeah.
Is it? Is it? Did I find the right one? I think maybe.
Oh my goodness, Paula.
What did one boob say to the other boob? You're my Okay, Paula. Wait, your grandchild told you that?
Yeah.
How old is your grandchild, first of all? Nope, that's not it. Okay, well, damn. The little dog. I don't see another one. that you just posted. That's the only one that looks. That's the newest looking one. I see the rock and some other weird stuff you guys have posted in here.
The little dog in the pink hoodie, and her granddaughter is 10.
I see Molly's cat shaking her head, and what in the hell? How many? And we got 2 other dogs humping. Well, you guys are. You guys get busy in here. What the hell is that?
Dude, don't even ask. I just keep scrolling. If I don't know what it is, I just keep
I see
scrolling.
that I don't hang out in here much because there's all sorts of weird shit in here. Oh, here it is. Okay. You guys are strange in here. Oh, whoever this is, she's getting it. What's her name? Roxy? She's getting to town on this thing. Damn. Oscar, if you guys remember Oscar, he used to have a stuffy as a stuffed dog. He abused that thing bad. Very bad. Okay, so this is Andy's dog, Roxy. On a date, I'm guessing. If you know what I mean. Come here. Get over here. You belong to me. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Come on. Whew. Tired now. One more time. Get over here. You're my bitch. Come here. She's cute. What always killed me was when the female dogs do this too. That's what I never got. You know, like, what do you think you're doing?
Right.
I get you, it's all about dominance and stuff, but come on now. Oh, wow. Damn. Yeah, go ahead and send it, Jenks. You're welcome to, sir. All right, guys. So we got 30 peeps in here. What's the skeleton's favorite instrument? The trombone.
What do you call a bird that's undercover? He is
I'm
in disguise. Disguise.
I love you guys. Keep brushing your hair and being pretty. You know what kills me is when Doodle makes herself laugh. That is too funny. That is too funny to me. She says these things, and I can envision her at home going,
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what kills me. It's hilarious. I love it. Thank you for your doggy photo, Andy. Appreciate that. Guys, our Discord, if you're not in there or if you are in there, we have multiple channels in there. That we have a pet corner, we have a cooking channel, we have all sorts of things in there. So be careful as you go through because you don't know what you're gonna find. The Blue Crew specifically, they go in and they do whatever they want in there. It's all entertaining by all means, but still it's crazy. Yes, thank you for the laughs. Doodle's always good for that. I have a laser pointer for my grandkids that are 2 cats. Was laughing my ass off, and I could. Oh, those are always fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they do have fart wars in the Discord, guys. Explain it. I can't. Ask them. Go for it. I have no idea. So again, are you familiar? Here, there's SRB. Are you familiar with the Tabitha Tudor case, Mama Bear?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe once I hear it, I might.
We were like way younger when this happened.
Yeah.
She was 13. She went missing. It was over 20 years ago now. And again, like Arctic said, she's been without justice for a long, long time, and she deserves to be seen and heard a lot more than she is. So I've been trying to bring back some of these cases that have gone cold to resurface them, to get them back out there to help, Crystal Rogers, this case, a couple others we've looked at. You weren't here yesterday with the Crystal Rogers thing. You know that case, right?
A little bit. Yeah.
That one's crazy too. So but I'm trying to bring true crime back to the true crime platform. So and again, if anybody, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. There's one that I was looking into. She disappeared here in Indiana.
Surprise.
back in 2018. I'm still working on looking into the info and all that. So,
gotcha. Yeah, if anybody has anything that you do want to throw this direction, cold case, new case, whatever case, do it. Send it to the email or one of the other mods or the producers. We will get it together, and I will gladly put it out as long as it's true crime based. And there's always going to be some form of drama involved in some of these cases, but I kind of go around that now, really trying to bring it back to where it's supposed to be. And we've been successful thus far, and I'm very grateful for that to all of you as well. So this one, if you're not familiar, like I said, Tabitha Tuders, she went missing, got on a school bus and disappeared. They'll explain it. Anyway, it was over 20 years ago. So you might recognize this SRB. It was all over the news at one point, quite a while. Like I said, we were quite a bit younger when this happened and probably living our lives, raising our kids and this and that, and weren't paying much attention to it. But John Duggan. Okay, thank you, Doodle. I'll have to go back and look at it. Thank you, Brandy. I got my go-to channels if I want to do drama. Yeah, I get it, Kels. It's okay. So anyway, she was 13, and like I said, this was over 20 years ago. Right. This is basically a reenactment documentary type video of what happened. I like to do these and show these to you guys. That way you guys get a little bit of every bit of the story, and then I have other stuff to go with it too. So again, her name needs to be brought back out, her face, the awareness needs to be there. So his house was on fire, shower running in his personal area. Oh, wow. Okay. I will check it out. And I did notice, by the way, if you guys haven't checked out Arctic's channel, I think it was yesterday, you guys know that I did a big show about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, on the Flora 4. He brought that back out. Thank God. Thank you for that, Arctic. It's been quite a while in Indiana. Those little girls lost their lives in a horrible house fire. And I'm grateful that he put that out there. I was going to be doing that again soon too. So I'm glad to see other people doing it, because I made a big deal about that one. When I found out, I was horrified how that all went down. So thank you. There's his link again, guys, to Arctic Fox True Crime if you need to check that out. Please do, especially that one. Great job that he did on it, as always. So thank you, brother. Okay, moving forward, let's check this out. And of course, Ryan Larson. Yes, we've covered that a couple times. And it needs to keep being heard. Aaron, yeah, Flora is very sad, guys. I can't ever get past that. So, and the funny thing about that whole thing that drove me nuts, the first fire department that responded to that, and mind you, the fire department, Flora Fire Department, was literally 2.5 minutes around the corner. But Delphi, Indiana's fire department responded first. How about that? Pretty wild. So anyway, you have her name wrong in the. Did I do it again? I will fix it. I'm sorry. Oh, I always do that. I'm sorry. I'll fix it. Thank you, Mom. City Mom. Music City Mom. Sorry. Thank you, Andy. I'll check that out too. Yes, way too many things off in Flora SRB. I agree. Is that how you found me, Doodle? Was it? Okay. Good deal. All right, guys. Moving forward. I could talk all day. Thank you for that too, though, Andy. I'll check that out too. Off we go. Let me know how the audio is, and I will fix her last name. And again, thank you for joining me, Bear. Hey, Wildfire.
You're welcome.
Leaves for school and never comes home.
So I knew then something was wrong.
Leaves for school and never comes home.
So I knew then something was wrong because she was always on time.
Throwing her parents into a living nightmare.
I didn't want to know that this was really happening.
I was really hysterical.
A puzzling piece of evidence leaves investigators baffled.
There was a note with initials on it indicating like it was someone maybe that Tabitha had a crush on.
And disturbing theories surrounding her disappearance deepen the mystery.
This lady said, have the police look at this man because he had my daughter.
Leaving her family in agony.
It has been an emotional roller coaster since day one.
I would drive around looking for her. Couldn't find her. It about drove me crazy.
It's the morning of April 29th, 2003, in East Nashville, Tennessee. 13-year-old 7th grader Tabitha Tuders is preparing for the school day.
She was a good student. She made straight A's.
I would help her with her math homework. When I was in school, I was pretty good in math.
He was better at math than me, so I sent her to him. Tabitha had a good relationship with her dad.
Tabitha is by far the youngest of 3 siblings. Her brother Kevin is 25, and her sister Jamie is 21.
My wife was about to hit 30. She wanted another child, so we had another. She was a little spoiled. She was our last child, and we spoiled her.
Tabitha was always the entertainer, I think, when she was a younger baby. She would always have this like little funny face that she would make, and she would like breathe in and out, and of course it got the entire room laughing. 1, 2. Play hide and go seek or read joke books, constant laughing, and we'd had fights too. But yeah, she wanted to be just like me.
A tight-knit family, the Tudors make it a priority to spend their free time together.
Tabitha loved going to the racetrack. Every Saturday, we would not miss a race.
Tabitha is especially close to her mom.
Tabitha wasn't a particular 13-year-old. She was more like an 8-year-old. She hung on me like a leech. My car couldn't even roll out of the driveway without her wanting to be in it. So she went everywhere as I went. She was a cut-up. Always cutting up, joking. She got that from her daddy. It wasn't from me. She'd get in the car and she'd be singing to the music. She liked singing.
Tabitha is an enthusiastic member of the choir at the Tudors family church.
She said she was going to be a singer.
Whatever my wife was doing, Tabitha would come in and do her. And then my wife even taught Tabitha how to make homemade biscuits. And Tabitha fixed them for us one time, and we ate them. That was real good.
According to the Tudors, their hometown of East Nashville is an up-and-coming neighborhood with a few rough edges.
In 2003, East Nashville was not the place that you really wanted to call home. But for me, I grew up here. I've always felt safe here. There's loud music in people's cars when they drive down the road, break-ins. But for us, we never had any issues.
We've lived here 30 years and we never had no trouble. I mean, nobody ever bothered us. And we don't never bother nobody else.
Nonetheless, the Tudors worry about their youngest child's safety.
I think my parents were more protective of her. She was the baby, their last one, growing up.
Every night, Tabitha sleeps on the floor in her parents' bedroom.
She'll start out in her bed. And then when I wake up in the mornings to go to work, she's at the foot of my bed. And I asked her one time, I said, why do you do that? And she said, because I want to be close to you. So I never stopped her.
The morning of April 29th begins like any other morning for the Tudors family. Tabitha's mother gets up for work early while her daughter is still sleeping.
I worked with Metro Schools in the cafeteria. I got up at 5. I got ready for work. She was laying at the foot of my bed, and then I stepped over her and went and got ready for work.
And at 7 o'clock, I woke Tabitha up and told her, get on up, baby, so you can get ready for school.
Some mornings she would eat breakfast here, and then if she has homework that she didn't finish, she would do it that morning before she left.
Tabitha was in good spirits after getting her school report card the previous day.
It had all A's on it. She was excited about it. I was proud of her.
Her father, Bo, heads to work at 7 a.m., and Tabitha spends the next few minutes reveling in her good grades.
I said, I love you. She said, I love you too, Daddy. I said, well, I'm leaving. And I left.
At 7:50 a.m., Tabitha heads out the door. Her bus stop is 1 block away at Boscobel Street and 14th Street.
And I told her, don't leave the house until like 10 to 8 because the bus run at 8. I said, they'd give you 5 minutes to walk up the hill and 5 minutes to wait on that bus.
Tabitha's mother has told her that if there are no other children at her bus stop at 14th Street in Boscobel, she should walk down 1 more block to 15th Street, where more kids will be waiting.
I've always told her, you don't sit up there on that wall by yourself to go down to the second bus stop.
Later that afternoon, Tabitha's mom returns home from work.
And when I got home at 1:30, she gets home at 4, and then she never come home on time. So I knew then something was wrong because she was always on time. She was never late.
Almost immediately, Deborah goes out to look for her daughter.
And I allowed her 10 minutes for the bus to be late. And then I went up there and she wasn't up there. And then there's kids up there said that they didn't see her. So I came back home. I drove up to the school and I banged on the door and banged on the door.
One of the teachers gives her some alarming news. Tabitha wasn't on the bus that morning, and she never made it to school. Trying not to panic, Deborah heads home and calls Tabitha's friends to see if she's at one of their houses. But no one has seen her all day.
I got home at probably 10 minutes to 5. I was in a panic because, I didn't know where Tabitha was.
I received a phone call about 5 o'clock, maybe. My mom asking what my sister had on that morning. And I told her I didn't know because I didn't see her. Why? And she said, well, your sister never made it home. We're calling the police.
At 6 p.m., a now frantic Deborah calls the police to report Tabitha missing.
By the time the police were called, she had already been gone for 8 or 9 hours from her bus stop.
The Tudors tell police officers that they just found out Tabitha wasn't in school all day and hasn't been seen since the morning.
If she were abducted, that gives a suspect, 8 to 10 hours head start. We didn't know if we were looking for her in the Nashville area or she could have been anywhere in the country, just about in the time frame.
They wanted to know what she was wearing that day, and I just was folding her clothes the day before, so I looked through her clothes to see if I could figure out what was missing. And I believe she had on a blue top with blue jeans and white sneakers.
Investigators do an initial search of the Tudors' house.
They went through some stuff, fingerprints. They took her hairbrush, her toothbrush to do a DNA. I had told them that her money was still here, and even her door key was still here. She didn't take her door key that morning because I was always here when she got home.
Tabitha has left behind all of her clothes and makeup, and $20 in cash, with no clues as to her whereabouts.
Early on, it was just unknown, if she'd left the house. They just didn't know what happened.
Due to the lack of evidence and Tabitha's age, investigators suspect that she may be a runaway, so they don't issue an Amber Alert.
For an Amber Alert to be listed, there needs to be some type of reasonable belief that a child has possibly been abducted or is in danger. There was a possibility, at least, that Tabitha had left of her own free will, and there was no information that she was seen with a dangerous individual or that she was abducted.
But the Tudors insist Tabitha would never have left home of her own volition.
Yeah, Tabitha wasn't a rebellious child. My parents, they were pretty laid back with us, yet they were strict. So we walked a straight line. Tabitha was afraid to get in trouble, I think. So I knew that she hadn't ran away or skipped school.
I tried to explain to the police that she wasn't a runaway. I told them they didn't know my daughter like I do.
Whether 13-year-old Tabitha is a runaway, lost, or missing, police know that time is of the essence. They execute a search along a 5-mile radius, touching the nearby Cumberland River and Shelby Park.
They did a pretty substantial search that night.
Concerned people from the Tudors neighborhood pitch in to help.
They were all searching everything with flashlights. And then the whole community came together when they found out about it and helped look for her. I mean, it was people I ain't even never seen before come out to look, and they searched and searched. I didn't go out and search for her. I was really hysterical. I didn't want to go nowhere unless she came back home.
It's been 24 hours since 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders went missing on her way to the bus stop in East Nashville, Tennessee.
I didn't want to know that this was really happening. I was trying to stay strong for my wife and my other 2 children.
We were, hoping that she was just going to come down the street or somebody was going to drop her off on the corner and she could come home.
After a sleepless night, the Tudors still have no news about Tabitha. Officers return in the morning to do an in-depth search of her bedroom and discover an intriguing clue.
There was a note with initials on it indicating like it was someone maybe that Tabitha had a crush on.
The note is in Tabitha's handwriting with the initials TDT and MTL. Tabitha's initials are TDT, Tabitha Danielle Tuders. But Tabitha's parents say they don't have any idea who MTL could be. While detectives continue to dig, an unrelated tip surfaces involving a possible eyewitness to Tabitha's disappearance.
There was a child that went to school with her. He told police that he seen her get into a red car.
The 11-year-old classmate of Tabitha's says that he was waiting at the second bus stop at 15th Street in Boscobel when he saw Tabitha walking toward him from 14th Street. And then a car appeared next to her.
He said the car came down Boscobel from 14th headed toward 15th. He didn't give a very detailed description of the car, but he did say it was red.
The boy tells police he got a good look at the driver of the vehicle.
He said that it was a male black driving the car and that she got in the car and the car went back out the way it had come in.
He said that Tabitha was in the car. He don't know if she got in on her own or if somebody pulled her in or threatened to make her get in. but he just said it was a dark-skinned guy with a baseball hat.
But the Tudors say Tabitha would never willingly get into a stranger's car.
I always told her, don't ever get in a car with nobody. My best friend asked to take her to school one day, and she wouldn't do it. She said, my mama says no, and she wouldn't go.
Based on the boy's account, investigators believe that Tabitha got into the car somewhere between the two bus stops on 14th and 15th Streets. Detectives decide to use tracker dogs to learn more about her movements.
They were given a article, I think some stuffed animals of Tabitha's from Tabitha's house.
And they went out the front door. They went to the right, went up the hill, and they crossed 14th at Basketball and went down to the third or fourth house, made a circle, and come back. And they stopped.
The dogs lose Tabitha's scent in the middle of the block between 14th and 15th Street. It's the exact route that the boy described seeing Tabitha walk that morning before getting into the car.
I believe based upon the dog's scents, she went to the first bus stop and halfway down is when she was picked up.
Investigators look for the African-American male the boy described picking up Tabitha and the red car he was allegedly driving.
I was trying to figure out who had a red car, and I couldn't figure out if we knew anybody that had a red car. And we didn't know anybody that had one.
In the meantime, police discovered that Tabitha's classmate wasn't the only one to have seen her that morning.
There's a woman that lives on the corner house. She saw Tabitha walk into her bus stop the morning that she disappeared.
There was a man who saw her at the intersection of 14th and Basketball. There was another lady who drove through who was familiar with Tabitha, and she saw her in that same area. There were at least two of Tabitha's schoolmates who saw her crossing over 14th to Basketball. So there were at least 4 people that said they saw her.
The people that saw Tabitha that morning said she was holding something in her hand, looking at it, and we're assuming it was her report card. And she's proud of her all her A's and B's, and I guess she was just looking over it again.
Although the new eyewitness accounts give detectives a more precise timeline of when and where Tabitha was last seen, none of them reveal anything out of the ordinary. But within hours, investigators have a breakthrough closer to home. They learn of a man familiar to the Tudors family who matches the description of the driver of the red car.
Investigators started kind of taking a look at Jamie's boyfriend at the time.
My boyfriend at the time was a black gentleman.
He lived with Jamie in the Tudors home some months before Tabitha went missing.
They just questioned him because of the dark colored skin with a ball hat. I mean, he wore ball hats.
Detectives find that Jamie's boyfriend was aware of Tabitha's routine and where she got on the bus each morning.
The investigators started trying to determine where he was on the morning that she disappeared and try to create a timeline and also find out what potential vehicle he might have been in.
Jamie's boyfriend tells police that he and Jamie weren't together at the time, and he hadn't stayed at the Tudors' home for months. And they find no connection to a red car. In fact, Jamie's boyfriend didn't own a vehicle of his own,
but was said to have sometimes driven Jamie's or driven different relatives' vehicles. There was really no direct link. He obviously knew Tabitha, and at one time they'd had a really good relationship.
Jamie's boyfriend also has an alibi for that morning. A friend he'd been staying with confirms they'd been together the morning that Tabitha disappeared. He passes a polygraph, and investigators find no evidence linking him to Tabitha's disappearance. With Tabitha now missing for 48 hours, investigators are once again on the hunt for a lead. They turn their attention back to the paper found in Tabitha's room, containing the initials MTL. They canvass people in the neighborhood and in Tabitha's school, and soon find a potentially promising match to the initials. The 18-year-old son of a couple who are friends of the Tudors. But when police question him, the hopeful development quickly falls apart. The young man was in school the morning Tabitha went missing.
There was no reason to believe that he had anything to do with her disappearance.
Investigators find no other evidence related to the note or the initials MTL.
Yes, Paula.
But within a few hours, a classmate of Tabitha's comes forward with new information.
One of Tabitha's friends had indicated that at least on one Saturday, she and Tabitha had gone to the library in East Nashville, and they'd gotten on a computer and gotten on apparently some chat lines or some chat rooms. The young girl was able to take investigators to the library and show which computer they used. That computer was taken and thoroughly examined forensically by our department.
While detectives anxiously wait for the results, forensic investigators scour the computer, looking for evidence of Tabitha's chat history. Then, later that same day, a local woman comes forward with an unrelated and disturbing story that police hope could lead them straight to Tabitha.
This lady went to Mrs. Tudors and said, have the police look at this man because he had my daughter.
Two days after 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders mysteriously went missing while walking to her school bus stop, police zero in on their most hopeful development yet. A Nashville mother with two young daughters has just come forward with a troubling story about a man named Paul Davis. She says that 7 years earlier, in 1996, he appeared to take an inappropriate interest in her 10-year-old child.
She met this individual speaking to her daughter at school. He would have been in his late 20s, I guess, maybe 28 years old, and inquired with her daughter, why are you talking with this older man? And she said, his kids go here, or his nieces and nephews go here. He's fine.
Despite her daughter's lack of concern, the woman tells police that she continued to have a bad feeling about Davis. 1 year later, in 1997, she says that the situation got worse when her older 13-year-old daughter ran away from home. The mother's first thought was that Davis might have had something to do with it.
When she realized that her daughter had left, she went up to her room and started searching through her things, and she found this individual's name written on several notes. There were love letters written to him.
The woman's daughter came back home 2 days later, but her mother was convinced that Davis had had inappropriate contact with her daughter. Police track Davis down and bring him in for questioning. They find that he has a history of spending time with underage girls, most of them around Tabitha's age and blonde. 6 years earlier, in 1997, he was convicted of statutory rape and received 5 years probation.
So he became a pretty big person of interest.
Detectives find that when Tabitha went missing, Davis was living just 3.5 hours away in Kentucky. They also discover that he had made a trip to Nashville around that same time.
He'd come to Nashville earlier in April of 2003. He was seen at the market, at the four-way market, which is only a half a block from the Tudors' residence.
It just seemed like it fit, considering his back history and hanging around in our neighborhood, wanting to talk to young girls.
But when investigators construct a complete timeline for Davis, they realize that he has an alibi for the 29th of April, 2003, the day Tabitha went missing.
He was eliminated based upon his sister giving an alibi for him, saying that he was in Kentucky.
Investigators have no evidence against Davis, so the once promising lead is dead. Over the next few weeks, nothing new develops. The Tudors family suffers every day from the devastating loss of their little girl.
I would go down to the river, and I would walk those riverbanks from one end to the other. just to see if she was down there. I said, I'm walking the riverbank. I would drive around looking for her. Couldn't find her. It about drove me crazy.
My dad cried a lot. They cried a lot together. We did have a lot of people step up and help out in the beginning. But after a while, some of our friends stopped coming around as much because they didn't know how to comfort us or what to say, or, it's a tough situation. So they choose just to stay away.
Despite their suffering, the Tudors do everything they can to get exposure for Tabitha's case.
We try to keep the media informed of, everything with Tabitha.
It's so crazy how this neighborhood has changed, Mom.
Uh-huh.
But we found different things to try and get her name out. That was our first button. I think we made these ourselves. We just kind of popped them in there. And then we figured out that we could order them from a company. So we had these made. The bracelets say, bring Tabitha home. I wanted people to look and see what my shirt said. And this one, still missing, is what it says on the bottom, to let everybody know that she's still missing. And it says, help me find my sister. They're worn out. Like the picture on this one is almost gone.
I love that picture.
Yeah.
Over the next few months, numerous tips come in, claiming that Tabitha was spotted in different Nashville neighborhoods. Police check out each and every one, but none of them go anywhere. Until September 12th, 2003, 5 months after Tabitha vanished, when news comes in that suggests extremely disturbing circumstances in her disappearance. A man named Millard Earl Smith has just been arrested in Nashville and charged with rape.
Millard Earl Smith. I heard that he lived on Fesser's Lane, which is about 4 miles from here. They thought that being he was out doing this, he might have had something to do with Tabitha missing.
He actually made the statement that he is a predator.
On September 19th, 2003, 5 months after 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders went missing, Nashville police arrest a man named Millard Earl Smith and charge him with the rape of a 17-year-old girl. The circumstances of the crime make detectives wonder if Smith could be involved in Tabitha's disappearance.
He was on his motorcycle and he came across a young couple. It was raining. He offered them a ride. He told them that he would have to take them separately, obviously being on the motorcycle. He ended up taking the boyfriend in one place and took the girl to this trailer and raped her.
Millard Earl Smith lived on Fesser's Lane, which is about 4 miles from here.
Although he doesn't match the description that Tabitha's classmate gave of the driver of the red car, Smith had been convicted of kidnapping, as well as solicitation of a minor in the past year. When Smith is brought in for questioning, detectives discover something that deepens their interest in him.
He did not own a car, but we did find out that he was helping his brother-in-law some in East Nashville who worked on different cars. So he could have had access to a red car.
While police dig into Smith's background and recent whereabouts, results come in from the forensic exam of the library computer that Tabitha used to chat online.
They were able to determine that Tabitha's username had been used on the computer, but they weren't able to find anything to determine what rooms and what she had done on the computer. There have just been so many people that have used it since that it kind of covered up the data.
If there's any evidence on the computer that could help police find Tabitha, it appears to be lost forever. In the meantime, Millard Smith denies any involvement in Tabitha's disappearance. He says he was on a camping trip with family at the time. Though his alibi is never confirmed by police, Smith passes a polygraph test, and investigators can find no evidence linking him to Tabitha. But he remains a person of interest.
He was investigated thoroughly, interviewed, polygraphed, and he really cannot be completely eliminated as a person of interest.
For the Tudors family, as time passes, the lack of answers becomes more and more of an emotional drain.
We had a lot of tips that have gotten our hopes up. Some were like, oh, this is it. Like, this is the lead. This is what's going to bring her back home. And then others is like, what are they even talking about? It has been an emotional roller coaster since day one.
Months pass, and the first anniversary of Tabitha's disappearance comes and goes. The Nashville Police Investigations Unit still works tirelessly, exploring every tip that comes in.
I have a 13-year-old at home, and I couldn't imagine her disappearing and me not having any idea what had happened to her. I feel like the burden is on me to try to get answers for the Tudors.
Tabitha's had several different detectives on her case. I can't tell you the number of detectives. And now currently we have Detective Jolly. We feel that Detective Jolly is going to be the man to solve this case.
3 more years pass, and the investigation goes cold again, leaving the Tudors family living in an excruciating state of limbo.
I could be driving my car, and I could hear her singing. And every day for like, I don't know how long, when I get in my car, she was with me. I could hear her. I could see her. She'll be sitting there like she's real. And she'll be singing to me. When I get to laughing, I know people probably thought I was crazy going down the road laughing because she made me laugh all the time.
In 2008, on the 5th anniversary of her disappearance, police asked local newspapers to print a story about Tabitha to put her case back in the public eye. The strategy works. In June, an unexpected tip comes in that contradicts eyewitness reports that police have been working with for years.
My wife's niece said that she had an employee that said Tabitha did not get into a red car that morning. She had got into a green car.
Five years after Tabitha Tuders went missing, Nashville news outlets publish a plea for new information, and a brand new tip comes in, directly to the Tuders family.
My niece opened up a tattoo shop, and this guy came in there and was telling her that Tabitha had gotten into a green car.
He was riding his bike, and he stated that Tabitha did in fact get into a green car that morning. He said it was parked at the bus stop at 15th and Basketball.
It's unknown why the witness waited so long to come forward. But this detail takes the case in a whole new direction. Investigators saturate social media with the new tip.
Detective Jolly immediately picks up on any tips and runs with them.
But in the days and weeks that follow, no new information comes in. Nor are police able to track down a vehicle matching the witness's description. It's another devastating blow to Tabitha's family.
I blame myself, you know. If it wasn't for my kids and my grandkids and my mom, I don't know what I would have done. My grandkids is really what kept me going.
The investigation goes stone cold. 8 years pass with no new developments.
Bo cried a lot with me. And at night when we go to bed, we would talk about her every night. And everything before we go to sleep. And then we talk about her every day.
Then, on February 10th, 2016, 13 years after Tabitha's disappearance, the long silence breaks when detectives finally get a lead about the green car. A local woman tells police she just realized she knew someone who owned a car fitting that description back in 2003.
The young lady contacted me and said that she knew of a Hispanic male that lived within just a few blocks of the Tudors, that lived in a duplex and drove a green car.
The man's name is Juan. And police recognize that over the years, this isn't the first time that name has come up in the investigation.
Tabitha knew a man by the name of Juan that was 19 at the time she disappeared, that lived down the street from her, and that she would sometimes go down there while Bo was taking a nap in the afternoon, and that she allegedly smoked cigarettes with him. So when this particular tip about Juan came in, it caught my attention.
And police also learned that Juan was well aware of Tabitha's disappearance.
The woman said that her daughter was married to a man, his name was Juan, and he had gotten emotional and told his friend that he worked with that he owned a car like that, and he was afraid that they were going to be looking for him, and supposedly made comments about it wasn't supposed to happen that way.
Detectives find that Juan now lives just 3.5 hours from Nashville, in Louisville, Kentucky.
We interviewed and interrogated and polygraphed extensively.
Detectives confirm that Juan used to drive a green car owned by a friend, but the vehicle is no longer in his possession. So many years later, investigators have no luck finding it. Juan takes and passes a polygraph test. He maintains his innocence in Tabitha's disappearance and says nothing that detectives find incriminating.
For whatever reason, this woman had really embellished and given information that was not at all accurate. We were able to eliminate Juan in Louisville, Kentucky. He had no connection to Tabitha whatsoever.
Today, 15 years after she disappeared, Detective Stephen Jolly is still actively investigating Tabitha's case.
They're following leads, going back to the very beginning, looking at everything, trying to pick up on anything that they may have missed.
This case is probably on my mind more than most of my other ones. There's just so much to it, and there's so many different avenues and different leads that it often.
What happened to Tabitha Tuders? More than 20 years later, her story remains one of Nashville's most high-profile cold cases.
Just 13 years old when she vanished while walking.
Sorry, guys, it rolled over. He got the color wrong of the car, but when he said it, he thought it was a black man. I can see a Hispanic man, possibly being mistaken that way. So that made some sense, but now they're saying that Juan had no connection to her at all. So I don't know. Just saying.
Walking to a school bus stop in East Nashville. She would be 34 today. Tonight, News 2's Stephanie Langston revisits the case, taking a closer look at the latest developments.
Well, this is the last place anyone reported seeing 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders as she walked to the school bus stop here on Boscobel, just a couple of blocks away from her East Nashville home, where her family still lives today.
That's all we have left is hope.
Although tattered, a sign still hangs outside the Tudors' home on Lillian Street. Inside,
She's Papa's girl.
Bo Tudors holds one of his great-grandchildren. Just beside him, Tabitha's bedroom remains as the day it was when his daughter went missing in 2003.
We're just hoping that she comes back home.
A hope that's never faded, with memories of Tabitha as clear as that dark day she vanished.
I woke Tabitha up, told her I loved her, and I said this evening, she said, okay, Daddy, I love you.
But she never returned, with the family's quaint home becoming the center of national attention. The hunt was on for Tabitha.
It's mind-boggling.
The family initially flooded by tips that turned up empty.
It's just been a real bad roller coaster ride.
A ride that hasn't stopped. In 2020, detectives searched property in Hickman County, potentially tied to a person of interest in Tabitha's disappearance. In 2021, the case was assigned a new detective. And in 2022, a new age progression photo released.
Like, it's hard for us to get the little girl image out of her, because that's the last time we saw her she was 13 years old. It's hard for us to get that image out of her mind.
Today, his little girl would be 34 years old.
There's somebody out there that knows what happened. Guilt is hard to live with.
Praying someone comes forward with a lead that will break the case, while confident God will assure he sees Tabitha again.
He knows where she's at, and he knows what happened to her, too. It's like, if I don't see her here, I'll see her when I get up there, if she's up there. Or he'll let me know what happened to her.
Reporting from East Nashville, Stephanie Langston, News.
Welcome, you're welcome to join us up here if you want to. If you have anything you can add to this verbally, for sure. One moment, guys. Hold on a second. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go?
It's very true, Captain Jenks. It's almost like a time capsule for them.
Yeah. It's very sad.
Yeah.
Hello, Walt. see you, Beth.
All right.
Tabitha would be 34.
Oh, well, fine then. Fine, Mom. Nobody likes me no more. Everybody's leaving. Stop watching me. These O's. Don't want to say I'm a stinker.
I don't want to chomp in nobody's ear.
Yeah, I agree, Captain.
News, a key development in the mysterious case of Tabitha Tuders.
Tonight, we've learned federal subpoenas have been issued for 2 people to answer questions about the Nashville girl who vanished more than a decade ago. News Channel 5's Nick Barra spoke with the girl's parents.
They hope this helps answer the question, what happened to their daughter?
Detectives are certain when it comes to Tabitha Tuders, someone has to know what happened to that little girl in this neighborhood. And now, with the power to issue federal subpoenas, those who may know something will finally have to talk.
Tuders disappeared in April of 2003. She left home in the morning to catch the school bus, but never boarded and has been missing ever since. For years, investigators have chased down lead after lead coming up empty.
You know, it's like an elevator. You go up and down, up and down, up and down. But we've learned through the years now to just deal with it.
For Tabitha's parents, it's been frustrating. So too for cold case detectives. They've often wanted to question many persons of interest, but couldn't because they would not cooperate. No more, thanks to the FBI and U.S. Attorney. News Channel 5 has learned federal subpoenas are now issued for 2 people who may know what happened to Tabitha.
There's somebody out there that knows something, but they don't want to come up and say. And this year might be one of them that knows something.
The subpoenas stem from an incident out of state where an individual under arrest told police he knew something about the disappearance of Tabitha Tuders. He later tried to change his story, but now he and his girlfriend will answer questions before a federal grand jury, this under threat of perjury if they lie.
They're going to have to tell.
Is this the big break in the case or another dead end? We'll see, but this is the first step toward rounding up persons of interest and compelling them to finally answer questions.
In addition to those federal subpoenas, there is financial incentive to come forward and talk. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information that breaks the case. In Nashville, Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Those 2 persons of interest will go before the grand jury to answer questions about the Tuders case before the end of the year.
Leaves for school.
That was November 7th of 2016, mind you. I had a couple little things to add to this as well. Okay, this came out June of 2018.
Tabitha Tuders. It is a question that has consumed her family for the last 15 years.
The 7th grader vanished on her way to the school bus in 2003. But now a new documentary is shedding new light on this old case.
News Channel 5's Chris Conti sat down with her mom today.
I miss her. We all miss her.
Deborah Tuders lives with a distinct kind of pain.
In my heart, I believe she's still here.
The pain of not knowing where her daughter is.
That poster lets everybody know that she's still missing.
15 years have now come and gone since Tabitha Tuders vanished on her way to catch the bus in East Nashville. She's been gone ever since.
We know it's a 50-50 chance that she may not be with us anymore, but in my heart, she is.
This 58-year-old woman lives in a kind of purgatory, constantly pulled back by the past.
It's hard to lose a child because you feel like you should go before them. But I'll never give up, but I do hope that we find out something before we pass.
Like the poster on her parents' front porch, Tabitha's case has largely faded from the headlines. But this month, Investigation Discovery devoted an entire hour of their show Disappeared to her case.
That show is all over the state and the world. You know, it's like, I just want people to know that she's still missing.
Deborah hopes the national exposure might turn up new leads.
I feel like we was blessed that they did pick her story to come out and do the show.
Over the years, the neighborhood around them has transformed, but the Tudors just can't bring themselves to leave.
If I leave and she does come home, she won't know where we're at. So I can't leave. I mean, I'll sit here amongst all these big old houses, but I'll be here for when my baby comes home.
So here she will sit, unsure of where her daughter is, waiting for Tabitha to come home.
This is the only place she knows to come to, is here. So I'll be here.
Chris Conti, News Channel 5.
Okay, now we're moving into 2020, where I believe they came up with a new tip on something.
Investigators wrap up their latest search for evidence of what happened to Tabitha Tuders 17 years ago. Our Mo Hiders following this in East Nashville Forest this morning live, where we're learning more about the search for evidence in her disappearance. I guess there were 2 days of searches this week.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about this, Amy, investigators still don't have any answers for the family. Their home is here right behind me here in East Nashville. You can see a banner still hangs in front of it with a picture of Tabitha on it. They don't want her story forgotten. And after that 2-day search of a property in Hickman County, Metro Police were not able to find any evidence that Tabitha was even there, but they still haven't ruled it out, though. It was a tip that led police here. Sky 5 was overhead as investigators looking through that property for evidence linked to her disappearance in 2003 when she left home to go to her bus stop and was never seen again. We now know the property has ties to former Nashville bar owner Albert Franklin, who sources say has been a longtime person of interest in the case, but never officially called a suspect. Investigators also searched an RV that has been parked at a business for more than a decade in Dixon. They say there could be a connection between that RV and Franklin. Now, right now, Franklin is in federal prison for drug and firearm charges. He has denied any involvements in this case. We'll certainly tell you on Stop of the Story, but for now, in East Nashville, Mo Hider, News Channel 5.
Where is Tabitha Tuders? It is a question that has consumed her family for the last.
Sorry, we just checked that out. Okay, here's this here. Again, this was in regards to this property that was being searched.
New information about a potential person of interest in one of Nashville's most high-profile missing person cases. 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders disappeared 17 years ago, but this week investigators received a tip that sent them out to Hickman County.
Of course, music.
Channel 5's Matthew Torres is there for the second day of searching.
With about 7 acres on this property, it could likely take days for Metro Police and the FBI to comb through evidence. Tonight, we are learning more why investigators are here in the first place. For the second day, Metro Police are searching the secluded property on Back Piney Road in Bon Aqua. Sky 5 capturing investigators sift through potential evidence that could be linked to the disappearance of 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders. Metro Police are here after receiving a tip that Tudors may have been on the property around the time she vanished in April 2003, as she was on her way to catch a school bus.
A lot of chaos, you know, investigators, cops, in, out.
The 6-acre property they're combing through had ties to a former Nashville bar owner, long considered a person of interest. Records list Albert Franklin as one owner in 2003, before it was sold again less than a year later. A source close to the investigation says Franklin's name had been on the radar for years, but he was never charged nor called a suspect. He's currently in prison out of state for federal drug and firearm charges.
I hope they find her. I think it's very odd, but I hope they find her or find her body. Give the family some rest.
Investigators not only had a search warrant for the property, but for this business in Dixon Lori Hill manages.
For what? I said, what are you searching for?
She says detectives only spent 10 minutes looking through a 1994 RV that could be related to Franklin. It's been at the business for more than a decade.
I told him, I said, if there's anything I can do, I'll help you, but I don't think there's anything here.
Franklin denies any involvement. Records also reveal he may have lived in an East Nashville home just more than 2 miles from where the Tudors lived. Matthew Torres, News Channel 5.
And continuing coverage as investigators wrap up their latest search for evidence of what happened to Tabitha Tuders 17 years ago. Our Mo Hiders following this in East Nashville Forest this morning live, where we're learning more about the search for evidence in her disappearance. I guess there were 2 days of searches this week.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about this, Amy, investigators still don't have any answers for the family. Their home is here right behind me here in East Nashville. You can see a banner still hangs in front of it with a picture of Tabitha on it. They don't want her story forgotten. And after that 2-day search of a property in Hickman County, Metro Police were not able to find any evidence that Tabitha was even there, but they still haven't ruled it out, though. It was a tip that led police here. Sky 5 was overhead as investigators looking through that property for evidence linked to her disappearance in 2003 when she left home to go to her bus stop and was never seen again. We now know the property has ties to former Nashville bar owner Albert Franklin, who sources say has been a long...
Hey guys, sorry. I know we already watched that one. I have a couple that are almost identical that have different pieces of info in them, so my apologies. Excuse me. Come on now. There we go. This is from 3 years ago. More about this. I want to know what put him on their radar.
Years after Tabitha Tuders' disappearance.
I mean, you can't forget her face. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've seen it for years.
52 miles away from where 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders went missing, Hickman County neighbors wonder what police here will find.
There's no telling what could be going on out there.
Police say they recently got new information and paired it with information they gathered years ago, leading them up this driveway by Eric Palin's front yard.
I was surprised. I would have never thought she'd have been, anything about her would have been out here, especially right next door like that.
These pictures from Metro Police show the kind of searching that's gone on today. Police say it will continue throughout tomorrow.
Who knows what they'll find? I mean, she may not be, she may not be the only thing they find out there. Who knows with what's going, you don't never know.
That never knowing is what has weighed on Tabitha's family for years. Could they find nothing? Maybe more evidence or something more back here? They are questions that on this rainy Wednesday give Eric the chills.
That family needs closure. But, right here next door, I've got a 18-year-old daughter and a son the same age as she was. And, it could have happened to them.
Jason Lamb, News Channel 5.
Okay. I think I do have one or two more things here that goes along with this. Hold on a minute.
Can one of the mods drop Dago's Venmo, please, for Leslie at Billy?
Sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andy.
Today marks 14 years since 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders vanished while heading to her East Nashville school. News Channel 5's Matthew Torres spoke to family and friends at a vigil in her honor. And Matthew, they say they are still not giving up.
Emily, even though it's been 14 years, family and friends are not losing hope. Her father also encourages other parents with missing children to stay strong.
Everybody, please bow your head. Brother Darcy's going to say a prayer.
Another year.
Dear Lord, we thank you for all our many blessings.
Another reminder of heartbreak.
Dear Lord, we just ask you to be with Tabitha, wherever she might be, dear Lord.
Time doesn't always heal all wounds for Bo Tuders.
It could happen to anybody.
14 years of feeling empty.
14 years of hell.
14 long years since his daughter vanished.
You wake up one morning and you kiss her goodbye and you don't see her no more for 14 years. It's a nightmare.
In April of 2003, 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders was on her way to catch the school bus. She never made it on board or her class.
We just claim healing for her, wherever she might be.
So every year since then,
we just pray that you'll just send her home.
Family and friends gather for a vigil.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
To pray for her safe return.
She was my boo, and I loved her. I love her now. I love her, and I'll miss her always, but I'm going to see her again.
He is in
There.
prison.
Someday she's coming back.
With the power of social media in recent years, her family's working that her name is never forgotten.
Let people know that she's still out there somewhere and she needs to come home where she belongs.
With recent missing cases, including Devin Bond of Murfreesboro, Bo can't help but sympathize.
Don't let it be 14 years for his family like it has been ours.
From parent to parent.
Stay calm and maybe one of these days he'll come home.
From heartbreak to heartbreak.
This time last year, the FBI doubled the reward to $50,000 for information leading to the recovery of Tabitha and the prosecution of those involved in her disappearance.
All right, another day, yet another TBI investigation.
Once again, TBI at its best, and just saying, not trying to be mean, but damn, not trying to be nasty, but seriously, damn. Come on, TBI. There's got to be better ways to make these things come together. Where's the rest of it at? 1 second. think that was about it right there. There's not much other than what, came out a long time ago. I just can't seem to put it together. I don't understand why nobody heard about Albert Franklin more in the beginning. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of my question. And he could kind of fit what the little boy said in the very beginning.
Hey, can you check your Venmo, see if Leslie's thing went through, please?
Yeah, I can. Sorry.
Because she's cussing her phone.
Don't
Apparently
do
it
all
has
that
a
now.
virus.
I'm sorry. Hold the bone.
Franklin is in a federal prison for drug bust.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't have a red or a green car. Yes, it did, Leslie. Thank you very much. God bless. Thank you. Because he didn't have a red. Oh, that's a good point. Again, those colors could be that green could have been looked at as blue. It could have been. People make mistakes. You know what I mean?
You're welcome, sweetie.
Yes, I'm very close, like on top of it, Leslie. I was just a few dollars off as of last night, so
Oh, doodle.
we're good to go.
Doodle,
I appreciate you very much. What did you do now? I will try anything once. Who am I kidding? I will try. You're crazy, dude. I swear to God, you are. Okay.
Today, 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders went missing from her East Nashville neighborhood. The team was walking to the bus stop when she vanished. And the sad reality is there are many families out there like the Tudors hoping their loved ones return home. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell joins us to tell us how.
That's actually what my biggest issue with this whole case is her getting into a car to begin with, unless somebody forced her into the car. But there were 4, 5, 6 people that saw her.
I was going to say, she couldn't have been the only kid at the bus stop or walking to the bus stop.
2 other kids saw her, and 4 other adults saw her. They didn't see anybody grab her and throw her in the car. And I don't believe anybody else mentioned the car, except for that one kid. And that other woman then popped up and said that there was a green car. Now, if all them people saw her, why did they not see the car? That's the problem I have with this. Oh, hey, Kim. I'm acknowledging you. Hello, my God, Kim Marin. Hello. You're acknowledged. Wow, we got some needy people in here, don't we?
Right?
Acknowledge me. I love you, Kim. I love your shirt. Molly. So how old would this Albert guy be? I have no idea. I don't know his age. She would be 34 now. Oh, no. Mom put her Cheetos down to talk.
Uh-oh.
Local chatter in the story
What was
chain.
his name? Albert what?
Albert Franklin. So, wait a minute. Local chatter and the story changing so many times. There are a lot that don't trust the mom. Really? For what reason? Wow. All right. That's why I wanted to talk to you, Mom, but I see that I am no longer. Your food is more important than I am, as if we have to eat or something. It's not that serious. But okay. She's going to cuss me out.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've spoiled you. Leslie not Leslie, Jesus. Betty and Mark and Betty got upset last night because I didn't say hi. I just didn't see them, or him or her. That's what I was told by my. Oh wow, okay. Did they give any reasons as to what reasons why? Maybe, Mom, or like what theories? Maybe. I'd be curious. You do need to eat, ma'am. We all do. Well, I don't. I'm good. I could probably live off of what's my inner tube for a couple weeks. So. Agreed, Daz. I know what you're talking about. It was always when I was 7 kids, I was petrified. I was like a airwolf helicopter parent, if that makes any sense to anybody. I sat on top of my kids wherever they were, whatever they were doing. They hated me for it, but there was a reason. Are you serious? You're serious. You need to read this, and you need somebody else needs to call bullshit on that. I acknowledge her before anybody, and more than most people. I add things to her. Stop now. Fake. I acknowledge everybody when I see them. Sometimes twice. She will throw rocks.
And maybe, did you ever think that he acknowledged you and you just weren't paying attention or weren't?
Oh, wow. How about that? Yeah, that's interesting. God forbid that were to happen, you know. Or you didn't hear me. How about that one?
Frank Nitty? What?
What'd you say?
This Franklin guy is also known as Frank Nitty. Nitty, I guess. He's in West Virginia for a drug operation sting in 2010 when he owned a bar on Dickerson Pike called Mustang Sally's. He's denied any involvement in the case.
Well, of course. Let's see.
I was trying to see how old he was, but
One nonprofit is using science and art to help locate these missing. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Amy. Yeah, so they take these, young photos of these children who went missing at 13 in Tabitha's case, and they make these composite pictures to find out how they may look now at this age. So the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children Forensic Artists will make these age progression composites for those missing every 2 years for children under 18, and then everyone older gets one made every 5 years. So a new one is coming for Tabitha very soon. Now, artists spent about 8 hours on one subject, and John Bischoff, the vice president for the Missing Children's Division, he knows the artists feel very connected to these cases because honestly, think about it, these children like Tabitha are growing up on their computer screens. Now, the center worked with over 270 photo partners across the nation to keep missing persons photos and composites in the public eye daily. They asked the community just to stop and look at them, see if you recognize something.
Children don't just fall off the face of the earth, right? Someone knows something. We have to keep her image out there and hopefully get it in front of the right set of eyes. Because all we're looking for, like I said, it just takes one person to be that hero. And we just want to find out where she is.
Now, Tabitha's case remains open as an active investigation. So if you have any information about the case, you're asked to call police or Crime Stoppers at 615-74-CRIME. I'll send it back to you all.
That was a story I heard a few years back, Sharon, as a possibility. There's never been anything that I've found about it being true, but it was something talked about. I know that much. The story I heard about was this: the Albert guy was involved in different types of business transactions involving that kind of stuff, and that was where that came from in some senses. So, just saying. So this is from 5 months ago. So this has been actively investigated nonstop, guys, and we're 20 plus years into this. Okay. So yeah, I gotta say that other than TBI, that they have stuck with this. I have issues with TBI anymore because there's so much that goes on that they just don't seem to have a grip on. It's not that they're not doing their job. It bothers me. Nitty and Jazzy Sports Bar. Thank you, Molly.
The last place anyone reported seeing 13-year-old Tabitha Tuders as she walked to the school bus stop here on Boscobel, just a couple of blocks away from her East Nashville home, where her family still lives today.
That's all we have left is hope.
Although tattered, a sign still hangs outside the Tudors' home on Lillian Street. Inside,
She's Papa's girl.
Bo Tudors holds one of his great.
Yeah, see, we watched that one already. Sorry about that. I must have two that are identical. Sorry.
We'll forgive you this time.
Whatever. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What'd you say there? Yeah, dude, you saved your own name. Well, I know. I am happy about that. Everybody else is leaving me. Ain't me leaving you guys. Slowly but surely. Thank you, Molly. I didn't even have a chance to notice it until today. Nothing there yet, Molly. Susbusters. Jeez. Okay, Sus. Yeah, I really want to jump on that too as soon as I possibly can. If you're in here, listen. What did I just do? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Molly. So this is the info on which I wondered. I knew she was going to pull it all. I don't even have to ask. She just does it. This is Albert Jr. Franklin. He's 62. He's in prison, as we know. A lot of addresses here. All the way from Madison, Dolores, Colorado, Nashville, Cortez, Colorado, Nashville, Tennessee, Nashville, Nashville, Nashville. I got to wonder. I wonder if they looked into Colorado at all. Got to wonder. Robbery, aggravated weapon object, probation violation, felony, possession with intent to distribute content. Okay. Yeah, he's got a lot of drug charges there. I don't see any kidnapping or any SA or anything, but which is good. That doesn't mean that. Oh, wait a minute. Aggravated assault. Mostly drug and weapons charges. Some driving stuff. Okay. Well, hello, Miss Terry. It was talked about a while back, quite a while back, Terry, about a trafficking ring, possibly. I don't know, unfortunately. Let me show you guys this. She's obviously not going to look like she did when she was 13 anymore. Absolutely sus. So this is what she looked like when she went missing. This is what they're saying she would look like now at 34 years old. Obviously the height and weight aren't going to match anymore. Her date of birth was February 15th of 90. Place of birth was Nashville, Tennessee. Sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, 5'1" at the time of her disappearance. Who knows now? 100 pounds at the time of her disappearance, female, and she was white. The FBI's are offering up to $50,000 for information leading to the recovery of Tabitha and prosecution of the persons responsible for her disappearance. She has a birthmark on her stomach and a scar on her finger. Both of her ears are pierced. Again, she was last seen the morning of April 29th of 2003 at her residence as she left to go to school. Walked from one bus stop to another. You can submit tips to the local FBI office or the American Embassy or Consulate field office in Memphis. And click there if you want to submit a tip online, of course. Hey, Tracy, good to see you. Oh, wow. Where's that located at, Tracy? Jeez. Exciting craziness. Maker's Box. I've heard that before. Mom said that, and then when Mom said it, reiterate, now you're saying it too, Makers. Somebody give me some reasons why the mother has been rumored to be suspicious. I'm just curious, you know. Any interview I've ever seen with her, it just doesn't seem that way, but that doesn't mean anything.
Interesting. Oh.
So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Charlie Project. Why would she not search? That's crazy. Tabitha Daniel Tudors. This gives all her info here. Okay. And the whole story right here. There's links here for the information sources through different news outlets and so on and so forth. Polly Klaas Foundation, blah, blah, blah. Quite a bit of it. So they initially treated the case as if Tabitha was a runaway. Okay. And thank you for Mom's link there for Mind of Monsters channel, guys. Please check it out. I know, Mom. I know. So she never went looking. That's crazy. That's another question too. Did the mother ever deal with Albert? Have any kind of an interest with him, possibly? You know, it's not out of the box. The girlfriend had a boyfriend that was African American. The mother could have had something going on the side too. I don't want to say that that's true, but I've seen crazier things, you know. I know, Kim. Runaway is still missing. I hate hearing that kind of stuff too. So we know that the red card thing is not what it is. But the African American thing has been talked about multiple times. On October 30th of 2003, a trucker reported seeing a possible sighting of Tabitha from Linton, Indiana. The trucker saw a girl accompanied by a man and another teenage girl. The girl, who looked like Tabitha, appeared to be anxious and afraid. Later, when he saw a missing person flyer of Tabitha, he realized that she resembled the girl he'd seen and contacted police. A hotel clerk in Linton also saw a girl resembling Tabitha with a man and a teenage girl and reported. These sightings have not been confirmed. So that's in 2003, right? On August 19th of 2003, 5 months after Tabitha's disappearance, an 11-year-old girl named Heaven Ross disappeared while on her way to school in Northport, Alabama. Her remains were found in Holt, 3 years, which is in Alabama. 3 years after her disappearance, her murder remains unsolved. I remember that name. I'm going to pull that up too one of these days. Like Tabitha, Ross had light-colored hair, disappeared the morning hours on the way to school. Authorities are considering a possible connection between the girls' cases, though the distance between Nashville and Northport is great, and so far no evidence has been uncovered to link the 2 cases, which, okay. I was told by my in-laws that lived next door. I didn't live there at the time and didn't know them personally, but I know what I was told. Right. I'd love to hear what you was told, Mom. Got to make me a cuppa? What is a cuppa?
Probably a cup of coffee.
I would really like to know. She never looked for her. Why would she never look for her? Hey, Stormy, was she maybe too distraught to go look? Well, no, that doesn't make sense. I'm kind of. I've heard that word attached to this case quite a few times, Molly.
Oh, it's a cup of tea, not
Cup of tea. I think, yeah, because she's over in the UK, or I
She's over
believe.
yonder
I think so. I think she's over the pond.
in the back
They don't
40.
cup of tea. They don't drink coffee over there. Michael, I think Michael does so. Critical minds. For no neighbors to speak of seeing her getting into the car, that's sus. Yeah. There was a neighbor that the one lady on the corner saw her, and somebody else on the street saw her. I don't know. Something's up. They had arrested one man, let him go because they had him confused with somebody else. Yeah, I heard about that too. That was actually in here, I think. That's really all the info there is after 20 years, guys. Nothing. I don't like when there's nothing. Hey, Crimson. I can see if I can get a hold of my sister-in-law. She can tell you. That would be great. She said the mom changed her story, never searched, was blaming anyone she could think of that the police would contact. Oh. Yeah, they did. They did blame Juan. They arrested him or did whatever. They questioned him, polyed him, everything, and nothing came back. He had no connection. That would be awesome, Mom, if that was possible. It would be very much appreciated, for sure. For sure. What do you think, Murmur Bear?
Sounds like a mess.
The mother said in the video she couldn't search because she was. That's what I thought I remembered, but I gotta go or drop it. Oh, you want me to acknowledge you and then you're leaving me, Kim. I mean, really?
Right.
What the hell? So I have to pay attention to my husband on the drive out. Oh, well, I understand. No worries. Be careful, be safe, and it was great to see you. Thanks, Mom. Always a pleasure and appreciated. Ellie does say don't search. They do, but I think as parents, how many of us would actually abide by that, truly?
I don't know if I could. Because if I came across my
No.
child in a... Yeah, I don't think I could.
It's okay, Kim. I was just teasing you, hon. Yeah, I couldn't. That's basically what I was trying to do, is to get her name and her face back out there again. I wonder if that did happen, Critical. You know, I was wondering that earlier.
Is it still considered an open case?
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be hard to get records then.
Welcome, Annie. Yeah, I don't think we could FOIA anything on this.
Steven, you'd go out and search?
Yeah, I would. I did when my daughter went missing for that little period of time she did. I was all over the place. Flipping out.
Yeah, I don't think I could go search.
I could.
Because if I found my child unalive and messed up, and it would just.
Oh, I couldn't. No, I was already working in EMS and stuff at that point, so it was just one of them things. You know what I mean?
Right, it's different when it's your own flesh and blood.
One of Nashville cases that they keep in the public. I have to say that for local news, they keep her name out there. Good.
That's good.
I mean, there's been no justice with this whatsoever in 20 plus years, guys. So like, that's why I said, this one needs to have some attention brought to it again. There's a couple out there that do. I'm trying to catch up on some stuff, and I've missed out on a lot of things over the past year because of two specific cases. So that's not fair to all these other cases of missing people and different scenarios. So
That's a good point, Mystery. Because now she wouldn't be a minor; she would be an adult.
that's true. Very good point, Mystery. Let me check, Steven. Hold up. I did. Now that we've gotten through the Tabitha stuff, we can look at other little things here and there too. Let's see here.
Ellen Greenberg finally going in front of Supreme Court. Huh.
Really? So, warrant. Victim describes escape from human trafficking ring in Northwest Raleigh. Raleigh police have discovered a human trafficking and prostitution ring in Northwest Raleigh, according to the search warrant obtained by WRAL News. The warrant states that one victim was beaten, held captive, and threatened not to go to authorities. Wow. That's pretty wild. Hold on a minute here. Okay.
Introducing the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight. Its powerful telescopic zoom gives you a super bright light exactly where you need it and is visible at a distance of over 2,000 meters.
That's what you need for that monster in your backyard.
Light up any dark situation. Plus, a rechargeable battery and rugged IPX4 waterproof design make it perfect for outdoor adventures like fishing, camping, and more. Scan the code on your screen now or visit flashforce.store to claim your discount. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. Get your Flash Force Tactical.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you don't have one of those, Doodle. You just strike me as somebody that would have that.
Right? I mean, with all her hunting and everything.
Right. That looks like the one that you could probably burn a hole in somebody's chest with, too. One of these have those really strong lumens that, like, it looks like a real life lightsaber without the damn siren lights. I'm over that. I'm sure you are. Sus said, "Ooh, that's a nice flashlight. That's a nice flashlight. Yes." P.S. Cold Stone ice cream. That's about as random as it comes, Annie. So you like Cold Stone? Okay, thank you.
All right.
My husband is not going to like me playing with that fun flashing flashlight while he's driving. Probably not, Pug. Probably not. It does look. It reminds me of a damn lightsaber. Look at it.
Tactical flashlight today.
Whoa. Raleigh police. You could light up hell with that thing. It's so bright. Damn. I would go search. I know. We all would, I think. Even if we say we wouldn't, probably. Yes, somebody said ice cream, Kels. Calm down. It does, Whispers. It looks like a laser. I agree with you. There is one I watched a commercial for that they literally showed that you could burn something with it. It was so strong. And I'm like, why in the hell would you need something like that? You're trying to see. You're not trying to like light things on fire. I love Superman.
I guess unless you're like Annie and you're in the hurricane and need To start a fire.
Be a good way to do it. Yeah. I gotcha, Annie. I love Superman. What is with all these random statements? You mean like, oh, you're okay. The ice cream. I got you because you're talking about ice cream. Now you say you like it. Right? It makes sense now.
Oh, no.
Police say they have uncovered a human trafficking and prostitution ring. Search warrants obtained by WREL show a victim was misled, then held against her will and forced to perform sex acts. WREL's Chelsea Donovan joins us live from the downtown Raleigh police station. Chelsea, officials say these crimes are becoming too common in North Carolina.
Absolutely, Gerald. In this new search warrant filed in May by Raleigh police that was just recently returned, they detail how this young woman describes being held captive, forced to have sex every day, moving around the city every 30 days, and continually being watched by guards. She also noted in this search warrant, everybody involved in this prostitution ring or human trafficking ring were all of Asian descent.
It is something that hides in plain sight.
And that may have been the case in this unassuming Raleigh neighborhood, human trafficking hiding behind these walls. Forced to engage in sexual acts with men through fear and intimidation, held against her will in 3 different locations for 3 to 4 months inside and outside of Raleigh. A victim who escaped this home on Mount Moran Drive told Raleigh police in May she, along with others, were made to have sex daily, locked up in a room, stripped of their clothes. She notes in this search warrant, the rooms used for prostitution purposes would usually only have a mattress in them. Black plastic garbage bags were placed over the windows so nobody could look in or out.
When you force someone to work without pay by using exploitation and control, that's human trafficking and that's slavery. And we're not going to stop until we put an end to it.
While United States District Attorney for the Eastern District, Michael Easley Jr., can't comment on this specific case, he notes human trafficking is prevalent.
We prosecuted a dozen defendants last year in Eastern North Carolina for human trafficking.
The victim in this case noted her traffickers stated they were from New York and they took pictures of her documents and placed guards in the residence to keep her from leaving. The victim was told by the boss she could keep half the money she was paid, but usually all her money was taken from her by the guards. Now, the victim also noted in this search warrant that she never called for help for fear of retaliation, and the guards told her they were actually working with police. Now, I asked Raleigh police today if any arrests have been made in this investigation. They said no further information is available at this time. Live in downtown Raleigh, Chelsea Donovan, WREL News.
Interesting.
Raleigh police.
Thank you, Stephen. Oh my God. Back to the food they go. Kel. Hello, Miss Kel.
Have any of you heard about this? What is it? It's a baby carriage scam. Maybe it's just here in Indiana. I don't know.
Y'all are weird.
Well,
Baby
I
carriage.
guess people are leaving like a baby carriage along the side of like the interstate or the road or
Oh
something.
no, that happens here too.
And when you stop and to check it, then
Mhm.
somebody grabs you or hurts you or whatever. I guess someone somewhere here did that and was struck by a car and was killed.
Oh my God.
Like, I'm not checking no damn baby carriage. Not now. Anyway.
That's just crazy. Yeah, it's a distraction thing. They've been doing that for a while. Ben and Jerry. Molly, stop it. Talking about ice cream. I like peanut butter cup. Popsicles are ice cream. Randy. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I've heard of that stuff for a while.
I hadn't heard of the stroller or baby carriage, but my boss said that she was going to the south side to Greenwood, and I think it was on her way back. She saw one and she was like, "Oh, what is that?" And she got closer and realized that it was a baby carriage, and she almost stopped, but she was on the interstate, so.
Nope. Doodle said that it's a common thing in Missouri.
Missouri.
It's common here too. There's a few different versions of it here. We do have Cold Stone, Annie. I don't go there much, but I am, Kel. I'm having a better day. Thank you for asking, dear.
Yeah, we have Cold Stone as well, but I don't think I've ever been there.
I don't go there. It's just it's really expensive, and you don't get anything extra special out of it.
Isn't it where you can put like gummy bears and stuff on top of it, just like all kinds of whatever? Isn't it like that kind of place?
I think so. We have one here that's like self-serve that you can get yourself at like a bar type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they make their own ice cream too. Cockeye Creamery. Cold Stone's very good.
Is your phone going crazy? I haven't had swans. What?
Schwann's.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen them anymore either. Oh my God. Fine, SRB. I don't know why you guys all think you need to eat. It's this thing with food. Everybody's trying to eat. I'm done with you, Dago. I'm going to go eat food. That's more important.
No, Doodlebug.
Cockeye.
Alicia, I was getting ready to say that too. My mom used to order from Schwann's all the time.
My aunt and uncle did.
When
I
I
did
was a
say
kid.
Cockeye. Yes, it's called Cockeye Barbecue and Creamery. Go ahead. Have fun now, Doodle.
Oh, I think we still have Oberweis. I used to do that when the kids were younger. Their milk is really
She
good.
said, oh, hell no. Yes, it's Cockeye Barbecue and Creamery. Dave, it's actually really good stuff. Okay, well, I was just joking, but if you really want to skip dinner, then go to the beach. Whatever. Anything you can do to get away from me, that's fine. See
Yeah,
how
Molly,
it
we
works.
have a orange leaf here too.
What the hell? My sister-in-law at a stoplight had a homeless guy toss himself on her hood faking accident. Wanted cash. She was pissed. Yo, get off and no cash. All around supported her. She's Mexican and he was Mexican. Oh, well, okay then. I do like the Dairy Queen, the soft served, whatever they call it. I think it's frozen custard or something, but I do like that stuff. Kansas City barbecue. How do we go to food so fast?
Never fails.
It always happens. Foodies.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
We don't
Was
have
there-
Baskin Robbins anymore. They're all gone.
Ours has been gone. TGI Fridays and Baskin Robbins are all gone around here too.
I think we still have a TGI Fridays. I think.
We don't. They used to have good ice cream. Stop talking about ice cream. I can't eat it, you guys. That's how I'm losing this weight. Why some need gas can to prove innocence? Yeah, I agree. We have Dairy Queen. That's all we have. And that Cockeye Creamery Doodle.
Yeah, we got Dairy Queen too. I prefer Dairy Queen.
Baskin. I used to like Baskin Robbins too. They had pretty good stuff. Dairy Queen's my favorite too. I like the Buster bars where they take basically a peanut butter parfait on a stick. On a stick. It's basically what it is.
Chick-fil-A's gross.
Yeah, I don't like it either. And Kaden just went to, because he's got a social life now.
Oh, mystery, you mentioned Sonic. Uh-oh.
Churches. I love Sonic. We don't have one though. We have a DQ in our town that they just opened up. It's like the inside where you can sit down type restaurant. I think it's called a Brazier.
Mm-hmm.
And the kids brought food from there one time and they got some kind of a barbecue something burger. It was actually really good. I liked it. Got
I
bacon on it.
love their bacon cheeseburgers.
Yeah. Their hot dogs are garbage, but the burgers are good.
Yeah.
Drumstick ice cream. They still have they're different, mystery. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Buster bars are the shit. And they even have here, because I was always, damn it, how did you guys get me wrapped in this crap? My grandfather used to take me when I was a little guy, and we would always go there, and I would get a vanilla cone dipped in the cherry, whatever that stuff is. Well, they started making the dilly bars and the Buster bars dipped in that too, and oh, buddy, those and the butterscotch flavor, I love it, love it, love it, love it. You hate DQ. You're not.
Of course you do, Molly, because
You're not. You're an alien.
yeah.
She's an alien, guys. We proved that.
Killed it. Now I'm thinking about getting DoorDash.
Crimson says, sorry, but I need to ask, is doodle used as a silly name for a D anywhere else in the world or just here?
Oh.
No.
Because the that's hilarious, Crimson Moon. It must just be there because I've never heard that.
It's used for like cheese doodles here, or I think that's really it. Just doodle bug. That's usually what I've always heard.
Kind of draw doodle.
I don't know where she came up with the name Doodlebug Fart. We've all wondered that, but she just appeared that way one day, and I went, okay.
It's probably something that just popped in her head.
Probably. I only call her by her real name when she angers me. She knows. Then she'll, instead of being affected because nothing affects her, all she does is call me by my real name, and it's like, okay, now what do I do?
That's when you know you're in trouble.
That's all it have. She'll do something that she knows is irritating me, and I'll say her first name, and then she'll just say my first name back. Like, what? What are you gonna do? And if she sends me an emoji that says shh and put her finger over my mouth, telling me to shut up, I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
She's
Culver's
English.
is good. I haven't had that for a while either.
Never heard of it. Doodlebug, the dog. Doodle. I only call her Doodle. I don't call her by her full name. Doodle. That's it. Just Doodle, 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 Doodle.
Ew.
Yeah, it's hot as Satan's taint here, as my wife said. Oh, her grandpa always called you that. Gotcha. He called you Doodlebug Fart or just Doodlebug? Or did you add the fart to it? Which I'm not surprised about if you did.
I only weighed 4 pounds when I was born, so my grandpa called me. That's adorable.
That's cute. That is cute. What, nothing but a little Doodlebug Fart. Terry said she's just going to call you Fart. Okay. The only time I have heard doodle used any odd way was my 74-year-old mother yelling at a football game, saying, "Dandy doodlers can't catch a..." Okay. Damn, I knew what you meant, Molly. Damn, the doodlers can't catch a football, right? It's hot as hell here too, like a blow dryer today. It's hot as shit here, like literally hot. My air conditioners are sweating.
It's not bad here. I mean, it's hot, but I mean, it says
humid.
it's 85 with a real feel of 90. So I mean,
It's
that's
humid.
not.
It's not that it's hot. It's just stupid humid here is what the problem is. I am going to be joining...
Yeah, the humidity 60%.
Salty around 8 or 9 this evening and running a dual show. So y'all better be there anyway. So depending on how late that goes, I don't know if I'm going to have a late show or not. If it doesn't run very long, probably. I did a late show last night. Thank you very much, Sharon. I think it's going to. In and out rest. That's an what? In and out restaurants. That's the name of a restaurant? In and out? I am too, Andy.
That sounds familiar, but I don't think we have
in and out. In and out. I can't. My mind goes vulgar when I hear that, so I can't imagine that being a restaurant. She don't say, but she don't say D. She says eggplant. Doodlers. Oh, I see what you're saying, Molly. Wow. At 74 years old, she's screaming dick doodlers at people. I'm not surprised, Molly. In and Out is West Coast. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I've heard of what's that burger place in California? They have them here in Utah, In and Out Burgers. Nope, never heard of it. There's another place in Cali that's called something burger. Something just waking up. Whataburger, that's it. Thank you, Terry. We don't have any of that stuff here in Ohio. We're boring here. We have nothing. Yeah, Paula, I think that would probably shut the whole thing down if that was the case. I'm glad it's not In and Out Wieners. Stay calm, Doodle. Relax. Crimson said the same thing. Whataburger. Yeah, I've heard of Whataburger and Jack in the Box and Wendy's. Yes, that would have been a horrible situation, Paula, if it was called In and Out Wieners or In and Out Hot Dogs or something. Or In and Out Tacos. Yes, Crimson. Good God, you guys are a mess today. Five Guys. Five Guys is stupid expensive. You gotta like take out a loan to eat there. What the hell? We have come and goes too. That's a place where you eat. Brandy says Whataburger sucks here. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Jack in the Box is pretty good. Jack's actually in Alabama look really good. For $25 for a burger, and one of them Five Guys better be dancing right.
No, Milo gets it first because he listens.
We have liquor stores called Bunghole Liquors.
Sit. Good boy.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Sit.
Did you hear that, Brandy?
What?
She lives up in Massachusetts and said that they have liquor stores called Bunghole Liquors.
There's a drink out now called Mom's Liquor, and it's got names like Karen and Linda. It's called Mom's Water.
Wow.
Sit.
I know, Brandy. I was joking with you too. Don't take me so serious. It's a Massachusetts thing. Right.
I don't ever take you serious.
Oh my God, it's hot.
Really? Fine then. Whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever. At least I show my face.
Oh yeah. Why does it look all funky? Ew. There. That's better.
No.
Hmm?
Nothing.
No,
I love when people inform me that I'm doing things.
What are you doing?
I guess I'm gonna have a baby tomorrow from 10 to 11 or 11 to something.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else's baby. Like they're just here's a baby. Watch my baby. Do you know me? Do I know you?
Huh, okay.
Okay, no. Because if this baby doesn't like me, it's going to scream the whole time. And I'm like, how do I know this baby's going to even like me? She's like, because you're the baby whisperer. What does that even mean, Brandy? No, it's not. Congratulations, Doodle. I don't want a baby. No.
It's like I've been there, done that 7 times.
What are you doing, Humper?
Oh.
What are you doing? Oh, not you. You're fine, Milo. Come here. You're a bully, is what you are. Yeah, you, rag mop. You look like a giant. You look like a dust mop with eyes. Dick Smith Electronics. I'll take the baby. She's actually a really cute baby, but it's friends of my kids' their baby. They need to go do something and need a babysitter, and they don't trust anybody, I guess, except for us. So I'm getting a baby tomorrow for an hour. It better only be an hour. I'm gonna tell you right now, because they're gonna change the baby before they hand her to me, because I don't do diapers anymore.
How old is this baby?
9 months.
Aw.
I think 10 months.
That'd be fun.
Yep, it'll be fun if she's okay with me and she doesn't make a mess in her diaper. We're cool.
But Brandy's off, right?
She's got to go to the doctor's tomorrow for that hour.
Oh.
That's what she just informed me of, and I went, wait a minute, huh? Hold on. We don't get to do that.
What's going on?
That was very convenient that you did that. I said, that's not how this works. You understand that? She was like, you'll be fine. You're the baby whisperer. They all love you, blah, blah, blah. Great. What if this one don't? It is possible that it can happen. And if she don't, then oh, hell. You guys will see me coming in here like hair standing up on this side, one eyeball scratch. I look like Bill the Cat. Tell them you'll take the baby for money. That don't even sound right. Yes, I think we actually very shortly covered Chad Dorman's case.
A little bit.
4 hours later. Nope, don't you do it. Don't you dare jinx me that way. Don't do it. I was just thinking that to myself, like, they're gonna screw me and come back 8 hours later and I'll be like flat out on the floor. The baby will be stuck to the ceiling fan. No.
Right, Wildfire. He'll be coming on live. Help!
100%. What in the hell, Molly? I swear to God, there's something dementedly wrong with you guys. For real. For real. This is what my team of people and crew, this is the stuff they send me just randomly, you guys. Out of nowhere.
Not me, guys. Let's get this straight.
Everybody else. Everybody, and there's more. And I'm afraid to see what else there is.
I was going to say, Andy said something about Discord.
Oh, yeah, she was showing
Somewhere.
proof. They really did name their store this. Shame on them.
That's funny.
Shame on them. Oh, I couldn't charge them. They're good kids. It's only for an hour anyway.
Supposedly.
He comes over here and does stuff.
Allegedly.
No, it's only for an hour. I'm telling you, it's only for an hour. I'm going to tell them.
Your opinion.
Only for an hour. No, there's no allegedly, in my opinion, none of it. It's an hour. Nope, nope,
Oh,
nope.
Molly's just getting started. Yikes.
Oh, he's getting a death penalty. Okay.
Yeah, you haven't done a music night for a while, have you?
No, Kaden keeps asking me about it.
Let's say if you have, I haven't been around, but that's not surprising either. Just a little booty shake and bark.
No, Terry, I haven't. I try not to watch him if I don't have to. I didn't even think he was still around.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Still growing.
Hmm.
I don't get it. And he's still talking about Idaho too.
Wow.
Oh, what are you talking about it? What are you possibly still talking about over there? Ryan Koberger investigation. Right. That's what this whole thing's been about.
Sharon said, Diego, if you have a chance, look up Carla Atkins and Vicky Stout from Dover, Tennessee. My
Okay.
cousin said they were close to an arrest. Happened in 2980. In 1980.
Holy
I'm
shit.
assuming. And she said they know who did it.
Dover, Tennessee, a small town in Storr County in northwest Middle Tennessee with a population of less than 2,000. Investigators say 14-year-old Carla Atkins and her 16-year-old half-sister Vicky Stout went to a store called The Furnace on September 17, 1980, where witnesses say they saw the girls talking to someone in a blue pickup truck, and the truck circled the highway by that store. That's the last time anyone has seen the sisters. Their mother reported something wrong to juvenile officers that same day. The missing girl's 22-year-old sister, Patricia Gordon, received a call from her brother saying the girls hadn't come home, but she didn't worry yet.
Well, the next day, I think I called and they said they hadn't come back, and then that's kind of when we started to panic.
A few days later, Gordon says her family started to think the worst.
Then you realize something really bad's happened, but what's happened?
For Gordon, she gets emotional thinking about the last time she saw the girls.
We were down here riding around, and Carla, the day we were leaving, she came out to the car and she said, "Can I come and live with you guys for a while?" And, and we were just getting started in our jobs. We didn't have a lot of money. Okay. We already had Joel. And my husband's like, "Carla, I really wish we could,
Is that a conversation you play back a lot? A few weeks later, on October 5th, 1980, hikers were in this area called Land Between the Lakes, where they smell an odor. That's when they contacted the sheriff's department, where deputies discovered the girls' bodies. Deputies found the teens about 75 feet apart and believe someone attempted to cover their bodies.
The phone rang, and I answered it, and it was my Aunt May, and she was just crying. And she said they found the girls.
Storr County Sheriff David Hicks told the local newspaper at the time, "We can safely say that it was a murder." Because of the 3-week period that passed before deputies discovered the girls' bodies, it's wondered if there's missing evidence at the crime scene.
We did find shotgun shells.
Jerry Kitchen, the crime scene investigator at the time, also found this piece of evidence, which had been submitted to the TBI.
I found a light blue stain off of a tree where it appeared that at the height that it was a truck.
The autopsy revealed a shotgun killed the girls. Their bodies were too decomposed to reveal if they'd been sexually assaulted. An artist's sketch with age progressions showed the man described by witnesses seen driving that blue pickup truck where the girls were last seen. The TBI agent heading the investigation at that time, Jack Charlton, believed the sketch could be the girl's abductor, murderer, or witness.
I'm like, well, this won't take any time at all. You know, they're going to find who did this, wrap it up, and it's done with.
Years passed without an arrest. In 2011, more efforts began in this case when Stewart County Sheriff Derek Wyatt came on board. And in 2015, District Attorney Ray Crouch asked the FBI to help in this case and says they are still involved to this day.
It's very frustrating. It's scary because you don't know who did it and you don't know why. So you got to wonder about the rest of your family.
4 years later, the DA said they have about 3 or 4 people that they are highly interested in and narrowed down a pool of suspects. That same year, Crouch traveled to Florida to bring evidence to a special DNA lab. Gordon says the DNA tests did yield some findings, but was not told about specifics. The evidence being tested at that private lab in Florida has temporarily stopped. Gordon says evidence is still in the process of being tested, but it's very expensive. She remains optimistic her sister's killer will be found.
There you go. Interesting. 45 years. Wow. That's a long one. Zoink, Scoob. 20 minutes from you. Okay. Welcome, Lucia, again. Good to see you. I'm looking to see if there's any updates on anything to show you guys. Oh. Hold on. I do this every day, but see if anything's changed. Yeah. Okay, so this is 22 hours ago. 1 second. All right, so I give you guys this every day just to keep you up to date on it, because there's nothing positive coming out of it. But here's the newest update on Joshua Zimmerman.
Very tight-lipped about this investigation. The U.S. Marshal's Office told me that it has been interviewing Zimmerman's mom. Now, the office explained that an investigation is being conducted on her.
Somebody's helping him. Even they said the tape was deleted.
He's a charismatic guy. He asked this guy and said, hey, I just got in a fight with my wife. Can you give me a ride to Walmart? This guy said that I'm going to Memphis. He said that's even better.
This is one thing I want to relay. The fact of the matter that we're talking about this individual escaping should bring comfort to everybody in DeSoto County, because anywhere else in this country, this individual already been released. But the fact of the matter that he escaped, that should send everybody else across the country and shockwaves across this country that in DeSoto County, you get here, we're going to keep you. We have transported 24,702 inmates back and forth since 2017, back and forth to court.
This guy is so hard to watch. He's so full of shit, it's not even funny.
We've only had one escape, and that is this guy. Because I promise you, if Zimmerman had taken his that jumpsuit off and walked across the street in Hernando with a pair of Speedos or a thong on, somebody would have called us. I tell you right now, the north is a direction, the south is a way of life. And the individual walked across the street with Speedos on, we would have gotten their calls. Now, somewhere else in the country, probably not. But here, yes. We don't focus on the disappointment here. We focus on the lessons learned, and that's what we're focusing on. One of the things that we've already talked about, if an inmate is going to go to court now, under those yellow jumpsuits and those red jumpsuits, they're going to be wearing Speedo. Because I promise you, if Zimmerman had taken his that jumpsuit off and walked across the street in Hernando with a pair of Speedos or a thong on, somebody would have called us.
Can you talk a little bit about his Zimmerman's charges and just what kind of criminal we're dealing with here?
Well, the city of South Haven brought him in. I think it was a carjacking and attempted murder, but he has some charges out of Texas also. So he has the potential to be violent. And that's one of the things why we didn't talk a lot about it, because we did not want to endanger the lives of our officers that was out there embedded in society, in public, and also the public. So, yes, he's got to potentially be back.
An accused killer made the slip right out from under DeSoto County deputies a few days ago, and tonight Sheriff Thomas Tuggle admits he has no idea where fugitive Joshua Zimmerman is.
But there is new information tonight. We've learned the manhunt crossed state lines.
We are on day 47 of the manhunt for Joshua Zimmerman, who escaped from the DeSoto County Courthouse on June 14th. Zimmerman was last seen on June 15th in Memphis, Tennessee, and he hasn't been seen since. We're on day 47, and here's what we know. Essentially the same stuff that we knew yesterday. The searches are continuing in Florida, Connecticut, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Arkansas. There were no sightings reported overnight. If you are in any of those regions, continue to monitor any ring camera, surveillance footage, anything suspicious that you see. Somebody matching the description of the escaped prisoner at night, trying to keep a low profile. If somebody's wearing long sleeves to cover their tattoos, it's possible by now that he has groomed his beard and made it presentable, so it's not a mess. He might have obviously made it into a little mustache. We don't know. He could have, obviously, it's been 47 days now. So a lot can change in 47 days. He was reported to be 210 pounds. It's possible that he's 190 to 210
Exactly,
more
Andy.
now. We don't know if he gained weight, lost weight. We haven't seen a photograph in 47 days. Now, that doesn't mean that they are not onto anything. I do know that they have a few hot zones that they are monitoring and whatnot. But again, they need the public's help to bring Joshua to justice. And let's remember, this monster murdered a girl because he thought that she was going to turn him in. He claimed he loved her, but he blew her head off. I mean, it's sickening, and he needs to be put away before he does it again. And if you are with Zimmerman, it's never too late to begin cooperating. Like I've said, drop a little DM, send a message to the U.S. attorney, send a tip to the U.S. Marshals, make an online tip, send a tip to any department, anybody, and it'll make its way to the proper place. I'm not saying DM some random people, but you can get out of it if you're with him. And if Zimmerman is traveling alone and you see him, again, guys, don't confront him, don't approach him, don't make it known that you're going to call the police, because he's a dangerous guy who murdered his girlfriend because she was going to turn him in his head. So what we're dealing with is an individual who is going to be on death row in a matter of a year, right? In about a year, we're going to be talking about a death row inmate, which would change everything. But there's no difference between now and then except the conviction, which is happening. He's going to be convicted, okay, in Texas.
Thank you, guys. We hit 100.
Sentenced to death in Texas. That's a fact. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't change the fact that he knows he's a death row inmate. Maybe not by definition yet, but he is, right? It's like if you're pregnant, you're expecting a baby, right? You're not expecting a puppy to pop out. You're going to have a baby. If you're a human, a baby comes out when you're pregnant. I mean, unless the baby identifies as a cat. But it's a dog. It's a baby, a human baby. Zimmerman is charged with first-degree murder, premeditated, punishable by death. Texas gives people death. He's going to be sentenced to death. So we have a death row inmate roaming around who knows he's going to be put on death row, wearing all white, never see the light of day again until they execute him by lethal injection. That is what Joshua Zimmerman knows. He knows he's a death row inmate. Law enforcement knows he's a death row inmate. DeSoto County, shame on that sheriff who still remains silent. I mean, that guy knows his rights, his Fifth Amendment right over there. He's using that. The public has a right to know what's happening, especially those that live in that small region. If a family is taken hostage because you are refusing to update anybody on anything, it's not going to solve anything. We're dealing with an escaped murderer who rapes, who kidnaps. He is on a spree, nothing short of it. He ran from Connecticut because the DNA came back that he had raped a man. He ran from Connecticut. He made it to Texas with his girlfriend. But before he left Connecticut, he stole his sister's boyfriend's gun, okay? Takes that gun with him from Connecticut, where he is now a fugitive because he had a felony warrant out for rape, to Texas. Travels through Georgia, Florida. They get to Texas, kills his girlfriend. with the same gun. Leaves that motel with $150 about, roughly, he gets from Houston to Mississippi, where he meets his next victim at a Home Depot. And this all happened back to back. When I say he got to Mississippi, let's say he gets there on a Monday, and on Wednesday he had his next victim scoped out. We're dealing with Andrew Cunanan meets Ted Bundy. So he meets his victim at Home Depot, claims he needs work, like a handyman, and he would do any kind of work, tree work, construction work. I did handyman stuff. Guy says, yeah, that's cool. Come down. Hires him. Zimmerman, while the guy is expecting work to get done, it gets done all right. Zimmerman comes in the house with a gun and pops him, shoots him in the neck, and robs him. Now, Zimmerman was reported to be with a girl at the time in Mississippi, not the girlfriend he killed in Houston. This is a new girl who we still don't know much about. A couple days later, Zimmerman gets picked up for attempted murder. He's known as Mike. Michael Myers, but he's known as Mike. South Haven police lock him up. Houston says, wait a second, guys, that's not Mike. That's not Damien. That's Joshua Zimmerman. He's wanted for murder here. That raised a lot of red flags. May 24 comes along. Here's something new. The DeSoto County Sheriff's Department hires a ton of new staff, gets rid of people who they look at them as traitors for being with the old administration. So new jailers get jobs in May 24. And May 12th, they opened the jobs up. June 14th, Zimmerman escapes after meeting a CO, and the mother sent cash apps. So, I mean, use your common sense, guys.
That I didn't know. They brought new COs in May, and then this happened in June. And there were people working on the inside. That's interesting. Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's not rocket science. DeSoto County, you guys started hiring new staff to fill the spot. Now, you think Zimmerman, realistically, what he could have easily done is have one of his people apply for the job, get the job, and easily get out of the place. That's one theory, but at the end of the day, something's going on at that sheriff's department that needs its own grand jury investigation. I think that whatever the DeSoto County DA is doing, I'm sure it's great, but he needs to partner with the Mississippi Attorney General, and they need to bring a hammer down on this guy. You can't gag a DA from addressing the public. And honestly, DA, if you want to win the election by a landslide, if I were you, violate the gag order. The public has a right to know, don't they? Violate the gag order. You're the DA. I dare them to lock you up because you're going to win a lot more than an election if they lock you up. But you should hold a press conference, DA. Hold up that gag order and tiptoe around it. Get around what you're not allowed. They can't bar you from telling the public what they need to know when there's a killer coming for them. You're the DA. You are responsible to protect them, and you are responsible to put their perpetrators away, right? The sheriff is a clown. The sheriff takes care of the people that your office works hard to put away. The sheriff literally takes care of them, gives them a wheelchair, whatever they want to get out of the place. Meanwhile, you're gagged. So the DA in DeSoto County, he should do that. He should hold a press conference, hold up the gag order, and anything he can't answer, refer it to the court that issued that gag order.
I gotta say, I agree with him. That would be a hell of an idea because the sheriff basically screwed the county. And then I wouldn't doubt it if these people applied for jobs and that's how this all happened because they just hired them right before that. That's crazy. But like he said, there's nothing new. He just told a little more of the story, which is interesting to know. He's still out there. So please, please, please be careful. And pay attention, guys.
Huh?
What happened?
Terry said, Dago, I emailed you the doc of the 2 teen boys that can't possibly be human.
Okay. Thank you, Terry.
Hey, James.
I remember this lady here. I'm going to show you guys here in a minute. That's crazy, Stormy, that's who your grandmother is. I had no idea. Sorry, not to be rude, but wow. Wow. Oh, I know who that is, Terry. Thank you, hon. Yeah, I'll look at that. I remember those two. They were crazy, but this is kind of interesting here, you guys. So Stormy says that this is her grandmother. Zoink, Scoob. Good Lord have mercy. I hope you never made her mad. That's all I'm going to say.
Robert Branson, Betty Beets' son, claims his mother told him she was going to murder her husband, Jimmy Don Beets. Branson admits helping drag the body to a hidden grave. He says he was protecting his mother. Beets' daughter, Shirley Stegner, says her mother asked her to help murder another husband, Doyle Barker, back in 1981. She admits helping hide the victim's body.
Hello, everyone. Today's story is on Betty Lou Beets, who was the fourth woman executed after the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. She was executed for killing her fifth husband, Jimmy Don Beets.
Throughout history, there have been people who have committed some of the most heinous crimes fathomable. For those crimes, they have been...
I watched a documentary on this lady about 10 years ago, and I was just like, wow. Wow. So, yeah, no
Sounds familiar to me.
Oh, yeah. She was very well known. She was one of the first and only women to be executed for what she did. She was a wild one for sure. No disrespect intended, Stormer, but wow. Very wow.
Convicted and sentenced to death. Welcome to Death Row Executions, where we take a look into the lives of society's worst offenders. And now, your host, Air.
Bad case of the measles, which caused her to lose 1937 in Roxborough, North Carolina, to parents Margaret Louise Smithwick and James Garland Dunavant. When Betty was just 3 years old, she suffered from a bad case of the measles, which caused her to lose her hearing. This was challenging for Betty and her family, who lived in poverty and could not afford to give her proper care and treatment. Betty claimed that a couple of years after losing her hearing, she began to get physically, emotionally, and sexually assaulted by James and by other close associates of the family. James eventually found work in another state, so the family moved from North Carolina to Hampton, Virginia. When Betty was 12 years old...
Oh, you weren't even here. Okay, so... Sorry, Stormy. So this is your grandmother. Are you okay with me playing this? I'm just blown away that I know who Betty Lou is. I promise you I do. I watched a documentary on her years ago. And I was just floored. You don't see too many female like criminals like this. Yes, it was hard for me growing up. My father doesn't like talk to me. Oh, well, I'm sorry, hon. Do you want me to play this or no? I won't play this if you don't want me to. But you had sent me something, so I just thought you wanted me to. I would never, ever disrespect somebody's family if you didn't want me to put this up. Oh, okay. The guy that we just saw, Robert Branson. Are you okay with it or no? Before I go forward anymore. Maybe not. I don't know. You sent it to me, so I thought you wanted me to, but I won't. It's no big deal.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to go find me something to eat. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so I'll take that as a no then. I thought that's why you sent it to me. Right. No, I read the thing. Like I said, if you can hear me, Stormy, I thought you wanted me to pull this up to show it, and I don't have to if that's not what you wanted. I have no problem with that. Whatever, SRB. Whatever. Yeah, I can pull this down. It's no big deal. I thought you wanted me to pull it up, is what I was trying to say. Okay, I'll just be safe. Oh, okay. Well, okay then. It sounds like it, Annie.
Her mother, Margaret, was institutionalized because of her mental health, so Betty was left to care for her younger siblings. Before actually getting checked into the Eastern State Hospital, Margaret was on medication, but she frequently became uncontrollable and had to be sent away. Margaret stayed at the hospital for 3 years and returned when Betty turned 15. Betty's mother was finally home, but soon after coming home, Margaret was sent back to the state hospital for 3 months to undergo electroshock and deep coma insulin therapy. During this hospital stay, Betty's father James turned to alcohol. Betty would often find James drunk and/or passed out on the kitchen floor. Betty's parents were unable to care for their family like parents should be able to do, and it made life harder for her. James became more physical and would irrationally lash out and assault Betty with belts or his bare hands. Betty began suffering from chronic migraines and would have horrible nightmares. The stress grew heavy on her, and she weighed only 82 pounds. For some students, school is an escape when home life isn't the best, but because of Betty's hearing loss and learning disability, she was excluded from her peers, and it was difficult to understand her peers because back then, there was no supplemental education or intervention for her. Her teachers did try sending notes home encouraging Margaret and James to get Betty medical attention, but they were unwilling to help Betty get any special accommodations. Betty's struggles in school never stopped. She failed and had to repeat 4th grade. She was not getting help from her parents, and there was no supplemental support or efforts made to make schooling easier, so she dropped out at the age of 15 in 1952. Also in 1952, Betty married a Robert Franklin Branson. They were married for a year before Betty was claiming that she was being assaulted by Robert, and the two separated. While they were separated, Betty was telling Robert that she no longer wanted to deal with life on Earth, so Robert reconnected with Betty, and they lasted together until 1969 when Betty was 32 years old. They had 6 children together, ranging between the ages of 1 and 15. Betty felt that Robert was similar to her father James, who was paranoid and controlling. One day, Robert wanted to spy on Betty to see what she was up to. She was inside of a laundromat talking to another male patron, and when he noticed that she was talking to someone else, he embarrassed her in front of everyone. He made her get on a public bus and refused to let her see the kids temporarily. A few months after that incident, Robert filed for divorce and stopped paying child support after he quickly remarried a younger woman. Despite him divorcing Betty and being in a new relationship, he would often go to Betty's house requesting the old sex he missed. Betty was used to being married, and it was something she wanted, so the following year in 1970, she married another man by the name of Billy York Lane. Being that Betty married Billy in a haste, she had no clue about Billy's history of drunken nights, jealousy, and physical assaults on his ex-wife. Betty's children and friends all witnessed Billy's treatment towards her. One friend by the name of Connie Faith was quoted saying, "He used to assault her terribly. One time he assaulted her while they were driving. He drove with one hand and was just assaulting her senseless with the other hand. She had to stay in bed laid up for over a week. It was awful." Another acquaintance by the name of Jim Kinson was quoted saying, "He assaulted her real bad. One time she came to work and her eyes were black. Anytime Billy was to leave town, he would sexually brand Betty so that no one would look at her naked body while he was away." She would have bite marks on her breasts, stomach, butt cheeks, and thighs. Betty could no longer take Billy's craziness, so she divorced him the same year they got married in 1970. Billy would not accept the divorce and continued to come around Betty with his ridiculous demands. Betty tried seeking help from a Dr. Leonard Nystrom because she was getting anxiety about bills and a lack of security. Despite the divorce, she was still going to emergency rooms because she was being assaulted by Billy still. On one occasion,
You do kind of. I think it's the eyes, Stormy. Here's the thing, though. Whatever this woman did, I gotta say, I feel like she was provoked. Almost as if she felt like she had no choice. I mean, I know that's not the answer, but
Right. And it kind of, because Stormy said she was super sweet.
right,
So why is someone that's super sweet on death row?
because of what she did. She was beat, abused, mentally, emotionally, physically,
She was a battered
sexually,
bitch.
every bit of it. Like, what do they expect somebody that goes through all that in their life to do? Like, eventually somebody's going to snap.
Right.
Jesus Christ. That's God bless America. I'm not
Yeah.
condoning what she did, but I mean, at some point you got to say,
Enough is enough.
what do you want from her?
Mhm.
And she was deaf. She was not treated well by her parents. I mean, come on, folks. This is sad. I'm so sorry, Stormy. I'm so sorry.
Betty's nose was broken, so she decided to shoot Billy. She was arrested and charged with attempted murder, but the charges were dropped when Billy admitted that he had assaulted Betty first and she reacted in self-defense. Did she feel like she owed Billy for the so-called kind act of admitting his part in the ordeal? Who knows? But Betty decided to remarry Billy in 1973 in the hopes that things would die down. They didn't, and she filed for divorce again in 1975. The following year, Betty began dating a man named Ronnie Threlkeld. She waited longer than her first two marriages to get married, but she eventually married Ronnie in 1978. This marriage was a short and tumultuous one. It ended when Betty tried to run Ronnie over with a car. She claimed that Ronnie physically assaulted her just like her previous husbands. They divorced in 1979, but that same year, Betty married a Doyle Wayne Barker. Doyle had been married multiple times before Betty, and a Dr. Walker said that he had a history of assaulting all of his former wives, and he was labeled as a violent and irrational person. Betty's son, Bobby Branson, was quoted saying, "Every few days, he'd assault Mama, mostly when he was drunk, far as I could see. He drank whiskey and beer. He liked to assault her in the face a lot. She'd always try to cover it up with makeup, but you could see where he assaulted her. Everybody knew. And she knew they knew, but she'd do it anyway. It was really bad. He'd assault her every few days, but every 3 or 4 weeks, she would get it really bad." On April 11, 1980, Betty was involved in a serious car accident. She suffered from a skull fracture, lacerations, a concussion, and permanent brain damage. A doctor wrote in his report that Betty was physically and mentally weak. She would have frequent migraines, she was constantly dizzy, her hearing worsened, she would have challenges concentrating, and she would sometimes lose her equilibrium. One would typically expect their spouse to show empathy, be helpful, considerate, and understanding of the decline in physical and mental health after a bad car accident, but Doyle Wayne Barker had no care in the world. He continued to treat Betty like a dog. The physical assaults continued for a year until one day, Doyle Wayne Barker disappeared. I'm not sure if Leon Lane was one of Betty's sons by her ex-husband Billy York Lane, but in an affidavit, Leon wrote, "I saw Betty the day after Wayne disappeared. She looked really bad. She had a bruised chin, bruises all up on her chest. Both eyes were black. They were dark black, and her arms were covered with big black bruises. It was incredible. We took pictures of her, and you should have seen it. Those pictures were unbelievable. I've never seen anybody so beat up." Although to the outside world, everyone believed Doyle Wayne just up and left without saying a word, Betty and her daughter Shirley knew the truth. I would like to briefly pause the story to ask you all a few questions. Throughout the years, Betty tried to get help from police, but never got any help. She was very young when she first married. Do you think violence was all she knew and what she was used to? It's what she learned and maybe knew no better. Do you feel a battered wife killing a spouse in retaliation deserves the death penalty? There are countless women who have been able to plead insanity after killing the precious human beings they brought into this world. In my opinion, I think that is a more heinous crime than killing a spouse in self-defense. We don't know if Betty was traumatized, brainwashed, and just couldn't take it anymore. This is different than killing for insurance, money, or jealousy, for example. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below what you guys think. And now back to the story. In traditional Betty fashion, Betty met and married a new man by the name of Jimmy Don Beets in 1982. Betty had gone through a rough childhood and a young adult life, so she was now immersing herself in drinking and was taking up to 6 diet pills a day, even though she didn't need them. It was also 5 times the recommended dose because the pills contain amphetamines. Drinking and taking the pills was a bad combination and would sometimes cause her to become paranoid, and she also suffered from mania and hallucinations. Dr. Walker would later go on to say that some of the reactions she had were similar to people who would take LSD. On top of her struggles, she would have frequent nightmares about her tumultuous past and was experiencing PTSD. Betty claimed that Jimmy would assault her as well, and their relationship was far from perfect. On August 6, 1983, Betty called the cops to report that Jimmy was missing near her Cedar Creek Lake home in Texas. Police tried searching for Jimmy, but they were unable to find him. At 10:00 p.m. on August 6, 1983, Lil Smith, owner of the Redwood Beach Marina, was notified by several customers that there was an empty boat drifting on the lake near the marina. When 2 customers went to search the boat, they found a fishing license with the name Jimmy Don Beets on it. Coast Guards as well as Parks and Wildlife were notified about the boat and a possible missing person. The customers did some investigating on their own and found Jimmy's telephone number listed in the telephone book and decided to call. The first few calls, no one answered. Finally, after a few tries, Betty answered the phone. They told her about the empty boat, so Betty drove to the marina as a concerned wife and confirmed that the boat belonged to her husband. She communicated with authorities, and authorities agreed to start looking for Jimmy the next morning on August 7th when there was more light. Police believed that Jimmy accidentally fell overboard while fishing and had an accident where he was unable to save himself, so they began a search to look for Jimmy's body in the water. Police spent 3 weeks looking for Jimmy in the lake, but they were unable to find him. After months of many people concerned about the whereabouts of Jimmy, Betty remained unbothered. She made no attempts to help find him and also made no efforts to recover any benefits owed to her as a result of Jimmy's disappearance. A year after Jimmy's death, Betty's trailer was severely damaged due to a fire. She filed a claim with her insurer for the loss of her trailer and its contents, but the insurer refused to give her a payout. Betty was not okay with getting no for an answer, so she hired a lawyer by the name of E. Ray Andrews. Mr. Andrews did some research and found out that Betty's husband, who was now missing, was working for the city of Dallas as a firefighter before his disappearance. Because of the information he learned, when he met with Betty in person for the first time, he asked her about the fire insurance claim and any other claims she may have had to death benefits. He let her know that she was entitled to more benefits and that he would pursue those benefits on top of her fire insurance claim. Even though Betty agreed to Mr. Andrews' contingencies, according to him, Betty was more concerned with the fire insurance claim. Mr. Andrews was able to gather that there were benefits available to Betty as a result of her husband's disappearance or death, and he was about to receive a payment, but Betty was arrested, which spoiled all of his efforts to help her and receive a big pay. It was 1985 when the Henderson County Sheriff's Department received a tip that led authorities to arrest Betty on suspicions of murdering her husband Jimmy. Police obtained a search warrant to search Betty's home, and they saw a filled-in wishing well. Hopefully nobody had been drinking from the wishing well, because they found the remains of Jimmy Beets inside. When authorities searched the garage, they found the remains of her 4th husband, Doyle Wayne Barker. Betty was held in jail, and she was charged with murdering Jimmy for remuneration and the promise of remuneration, or more specifically, she killed him to get proceeds of retirement benefits from the employment of Jimmy with the city of Dallas. The insurance policies, like their estate policy for example, had Betty listed as a beneficiary. Mr. Andrews was greedy. He was unable to help clear Betty's name when it came to her motive for killing Jimmy, because he was the one who suggested getting a payout for the other policies aside from the fire insurance claim. He offered to help Betty by defending her for a capital murder charge, and she agreed. Mr. Andrews believed that Betty's case would rack in millions. For himself, that is. He created a contract that Betty signed that transferred the literary and media rights in the case from Betty to his son, E. Ray Andrews Jr., in exchange for Mr. Andrews to support Betty in trial. One of Mr. Andrews' colleagues was quoted saying, "I remember when E. Ray started talking about getting the book and movie rights in the Beets case. He talked about it several times, both at the Post and at my house. When he finally got the contract signed on the second day of Betty's 4-day trial, he came over to the Post and was excited as he could be. He said how he was going to get rich on all this and the case was going to be the biggest thing that ever happened to him and whatnot. He said the case was going to turn into a big movie and he had all the rights to it. It was something he talked about pretty often, and you could tell he was counting on those rights for a lot of money." When Betty agreed to allow Mr. Andrews, a lawyer who had never represented someone standing trial for murder, she thought he was helping her out of the kindness of his heart. He gave her the contract on October 8th, 1985, which was one day after her trial began, so she felt she had no choice but to sign it. While Betty was being held in jail and before her trial began, Prison confessed to knowing that Betty had been involved in murders, and they admitted that they were somewhat involved as well, so they testified against her during trial.
Attorney Eli Andrews insists Beets' children are lying. They're cold-blooded. And partly to protect themselves. You heard 2 of them already testify that they had some part in it.
Betty's daughter Shirley claimed that in October of 1981, a couple of years before Jimmy disappeared, she was sitting around a campfire with her mother when Betty randomly told her that she was going to kill Doyle Wayne Barker. She told her that she could not take being assaulted anymore and no longer wanted him around. Betty also told Shirley that the trailer they lived in was in his name and she was just a co-signer, so if they got a divorce, he would get the house, leaving her with nothing. About 3 or 4 days after that campfire conversation, Betty called Shirley and let her know that she had followed through with her plans by waiting until Doyle fell asleep to shoot him. Betty then requested that Shirley help her dump Doyle's body, and Shirley claimed that she was too scared to not follow her mother's wishes. Shirley was quoted saying, "We drug him from the trailer outside to the back and put him in the hole that had already been dug. The hole was there because they were intending to build a barbecue pit." Shirley said the next day they purchased some cinder blocks and built a patio where the body had been placed. Sometime after that, they built a storage shed to replace the patio. Shirley then testified that although she had also been charged with murder after coming forward with information that she assisted her mother in disposing Doyle's body, and her $1 million bail bond was reduced to $5,000, she claimed that she had not been promised anything by the prosecution in exchange for her testimony against her mother. Robert Franklin Branson, aka Robbie, was one of Betty's sons who testified in court as well. The court was made aware that at the time of Jimmy's death, Robbie was on felony probation for committing a burglary that had occurred in Navarro County, and he was living with his mother, Betty. Jimmy was also the one who paid his bail money for him to come home. Robbie testified that he was there the day Betty falsely reported Jimmy missing, and she told him that she was planning on killing him later that evening. This meant that Jimmy was alive when she made the missing person call. Robbie claimed that he left the house because Betty didn't want him around when she was going to kill Jimmy. Robbie also claimed that he left the house for about 2 hours, and when he returned, he learned that his mother had shot and killed Jimmy while he was out. He then helped his mother place Jimmy's body in the wishing well that he and Jimmy had previously constructed together. The day after Jimmy was killed, Betty put some of Jimmy's heart pills in the boat, and Robbie removed the propeller off the boat. Robbie was also the one to take Jimmy's boat to the main part of the lake and abandoned it. Betty met up with Robbie at the lake, and they both left for home together. Robbie claimed that he never told anyone what happened because he wanted to protect his mother, and he was only coming clean now to protect himself from going to prison for murder because during trial, Betty was claiming that he and his sister Shirley were responsible for the murders of Doyle and Jimmy. Robbie also testified that he only met Doyle a few times and was not living with his mother during the time he was killed and had nothing to do with his death. When Betty took to the stand, she said, "I could never hurt Jimmy Don. I loved Jimmy Don. Nobody's ever been as good to me as he was." Betty did admit that she falsely reported Jimmy missing, though. She claimed that Jimmy was upset with Robbie because he had stolen money from Jimmy and made the house dirty. Betty also testified that all three of them had an argument after Robbie quit his job, and the night of the fight, she was in the living room when she heard a gunshot, and when she went into the bedroom, she saw Jimmy lying on the floor dead. She told Robbie to go find his brother Bobby, and in the meantime, she covered Jimmy with a sheet. She then said that she talked to Jimmy's dead body by telling him that he would understand if he were alive why they were going to bury him. After talking to Jimmy's body for a while, she called Shirley and told her that Jimmy went to Dallas with a friend and that everything was all right. She then told the court that she put Jimmy's body in a planter, not a wishing well like everyone else had been saying. Despite her testifying against her children in court, she did tell Robbie that she would take the blame if Jimmy was ever found. Betty then testified, "It bothers me and it always will. I had to move out of the trailer for a while. I couldn't stay there. When it got dark, I couldn't leave the living room and I couldn't go outside." After a year, she told Robbie that they needed to move the body, but in the end, she couldn't follow through with moving the body again. Betty then had to tell the court that it was her lawyer, not her, who suggested collecting on the insurance policies. "I didn't expect any of it. I've never felt like I was entitled to anything." She did, however, admit to selling Jimmy's boat and attempted to sell a different house that Jimmy owned. The court then brought up how Betty had a record and she had previously been convicted of a misdemeanor. Her lawyer, Mr. Andrews, did not have the proper response, so Betty admitted that she was arrested, but it did not pertain to anything violent. She was arrested for public lewdness when she was inside of the Charlie's Angels bar where she was employed, but not on the clock when she was arrested. She said that she was auditioning. "Well, it's a topless place, but I wasn't topless." That was it that was said on that, and then Betty talked about how she was previously convicted of another misdemeanor offense when she shot one of her ex-husbands, Billy Lane, in self-defense. She claimed that she had no intention of killing him. Lastly, Betty claimed that she had no idea Doyle was buried in her backyard. On October 11, 1985, the jury found Betty guilty of the capital murder of Jimmy Beets. On October 14, 1985, she was sentenced to death for his murder. Because she was sentenced to death in this first trial, the courts decided not to have a separate trial for the murder of Doyle Wayne Barker. Betty had her automatic appeals, and Betty claimed that there was no proof she killed for the purpose of obtaining insurance pension benefits, so she was granted a rehearing of the case. The appeals court agreed that she never made any attempts of her own to collect any insurance money for Jimmy's death. On September 2, 1988, after the rehearing, the Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed Betty's conviction and sentence. The United States Supreme Court denied her petition on June 26, 1989. Over the next few years, Betty was granted a few more stays of execution. Her official execution date was now set for February 24, 2000, at the Huntsville unit in Texas. She denied a final meal and also refused to make a final statement. She died by method of lethal injection and was pronounced dead at 6:18 p.m. Betty was 62 years old at the time of her death. She had 5 children, 9 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. Betty was cremated after her death, and her ashes were scattered over her mother's grave. As for her daughter Shirley Fergala, she made a few TV appearances, but over the years, something prevented her from living a healthy, stable, crime-free life. I'm going to include records of all the times she was arrested and her mugshots. As you can see, it looks like she suffers from substance abuse. Thank you all for watching another episode of Death Row Executions. See you guys for the next premiere. Please don't forget to like, comment,
That was pretty wild, you guys. Very sad. I'm so sorry that went on within your family, Stormy. That's horrible. I wouldn't do it. It's probably not a good idea either. I agree, but thank you for sharing that with us. Interesting, by all means. But again, everything she did, in my opinion, it feels to me like she was forced and pushed into that situation without cause, without fail. I mean, what other choices was she given to be the person she was besides that stuff? So it is all bad and horrible, but like I said, she was treated with nothing but horror. So, wow. Well, either way, you guys, yeah, I can give it to you, Mystery. Either way, I think that's going to do it for today. I appreciate you guys joining us today for the Tudor case. Hold on, let me see if I can find this real quick.
Exactly, Stormy. Back then, women weren't, they were to be seen, not heard, and to, walk behind the man and all that kind of stuff. So, there you go. You're muted, so I don't know what you're saying.
Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, sorry. I always do that mute thing, but yeah, that was accepted. That was what it was to be. If your wife or whatever female spouse or period, like she just said, were to be seen and not heard, and if they mouthed off, then God forbid. It was horrible stuff. But yeah, it's pretty horrible stuff. Let me see something here. Molly requested I play these before I leave here. Maybe. If you're going to let me do it. Hold on. And I'll do that. There's one. Yeah, that's horrific, Stormy. I'm so sorry that's something that you had to deal with by any means at all. Doodle, what the heck? That's what this one is called. Let's see.
I remember that night in the middle of June. Granny was twerking by the light of the moon. Pop broke out his fiddle and rising up his floor. And he started twerking the Cotton Eye Joe. She'd sling it around and start to twist it like two rabid coons fighting over a biscuit. Ridge Hills, there's a little cabin home where my grandma lived. She'd bow up her back and start to wiggle. Then she'd shimmy and shake and make it jiggle. She could put to shame the modern pole dance twerker. Granny was the world's first mountain twerker.
Bottom.
Good job, Molly. You hit your mute button again.
I said, there's another. Don't go away yet.
Oh.
Oh, boy. Good Lord almighty. This is another one.
Bye, Stormy. Have a great night, hon.
Have a great night, Stormy. Thank you for sharing, hon. Oh, great. This one's called Andy. What WTF are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, my. I just don't quite know what to say to that one.
I love you guys. That's really all I can say. You're pretty.
Right, Doodle?
Wow. Wow. What did Doodle say? See, oh, Granny don't look so damn bad. No, she don't at all. Jesus Christ. I just don't get you guys anymore. You guys have way too much free time. What did you say, Jack? Captain? I need a link. I got 3 in my text chat. Huh? What does he mean? Paula said that was hot. Sure thing. Oh, good Lord. You guys are insane. Would you rather eat a goat or a matta, baby Molly? I don't see one in Discord, Andy. Unless, where did you put it at? Is it in the
He needs a link for Molly's video, I think.
Oh, okay. What in the hell? Oh, this one. Wait, is it the one with butt drugs, or is it the other one after that?
What?
Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm scared. I'm absolutely scared. For sure. I'm scared. Oh Lord have mercy. I don't even know what to expect at this point. This is what they do when we're not around you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go into Discord and they wonder why I go into Discord and say, what WTF is going on in here? And then they all run. They put up pictures of like raccoons running different directions or things. That's what the hell they do. It is absolutely hilarious though. It's like having a preschool that I'm, you know what I mean? All right, let's see what this one does now. God help us.
There's a cry across the heartland, a yearning for the days gone by. And in little old Corden, Indiana, they're happy and they'll tell you why. They got butt drugs, they love butt drugs, butt drugs, butt drugs.
I love butt drugs. I recommend butt drugs for everybody.
I can always count on butt drugs.
When I think drugs, I think butt drugs.
For all my health needs, I turn to butt drugs.
You want hometown service and cheap hot coffee and liquor. Now that's the ticket. You can tell Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens exactly where to stick it. Butt drugs.
We love butt drugs.
Butt drugs won't let you down.
Butt drugs.
Free parking in the rear.
Yeah, I'm scared. It's probably a good thing you're muted.
Wow. Just wow. I can't think of anything else to say.
Yeah.
What in the hell? What the hell?
Molly wants you to look in Discord. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah. Okay.
Kills. But what?
That was it was supposed to be the company name, but
Why does she gotta use Indiana?
oh, I mean, just it is what it is. The fuck? This is what my team does all day long. Most of them. Most of them. These weird me out when these cats are dancing like this because it looks real. What is? I do need a reset button. There's a good way to put it, Butterfly.
Oh, it's actually a pharmacy.
That's the name of the pharmacy, but
It's a legit pharmacy called Butt Drugs
I
Inc.
pray hard that they didn't actually make that commercial.
Oh, they probably did. So April 29th of 2023, they notified customers that it plans to close.
Oh no, not butt drugs.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's what's happening here. Our Rite Aids are all closing.
Dude, you guys have to have like the last Rite Aids in the country. I haven't seen a Rite Aid in.
My understanding is we do, but they're not putting it back there. Or they're not putting anything back there, which is weird to me.
Huh. Says it's temporarily closed, but. Oh, wow. Shake off the heat with our famous butt shake milkshake.
Doodle said it had a ring to it. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Mm-hmm.
Sounds
Probably
like an
a chili
interesting little
ring.
town, other than the butt drugs, but.
Sure.
Yeah, in Corydon, Indiana, there's well, they closed in April of 23, but it was called Butt Drugs. It's a pharmacy in a little town.
So
Yeah.
then that means that commercial actually happened.
Most likely.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's what you're going to deal with the 9-month-old tomorrow. That was good.
Best condom commercial ever.
Right?
Best ever. Ever. Where'd that other one go?
Doodle said, oh, hell no. Somebody find me that boy. We need to chat.
Have you guys ever seen the banned KFC commercial?
Not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, with popcorn chicken that's made with one piece of chicken, not like those nuggets that come in funny shapes.
Well, well, well. Now I don't know who to jack off to.
Oh.
Congratulations.
I was like, what? I'm not getting it. Oh.
There it is.
Andy, you just renamed Discord. It's perfectly.
Disorder DM.
Instead of Discord, it's a disorder. You didn't get what, Doodle?
You didn't hear what it was the colonel in the chimney, first of all. And you didn't hear what he said at the very end.
Shame on Santa, right, mystery?
Yeah, right.
Ship my pants. Right here? Ship my pants, you're kidding. You can ship your pants right here. You hear that? I can ship my pants for free.
Wow, I just may ship my pants.
Yeah, ship your pants. Billy, you can ship your pants too.
I can't wait to ship my pants, Dad.
I just shipped my pants and it's very convenient.
Very convenient.
I just shipped my drawers.
I just shipped my nightie.
I just shipped my bed.
If you can't find what you're looking for in store, we'll find it at Kmart.com right now and ship it to you for free.
Let's all ship our pants. These are amazing commercials, you guys. You gotta know that they're the best commercials ever made.
Skipper, let's see what
Wait a
the
minute. Oh yeah, I love this one. Meow. That was great.
Ja, hallo. Ik zie dat u dubbel glas verkoopt. Ja. Heeft u toevallig een stukje staan van 4 bij 8 meter? Alleen in matglas. Ze hebben alleen matglas. Nou, dat zien ze meteen. Nee, sorry. U kunt nu meteen komen zetten. Mooi, 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 mooi. Wat kost het? Is dat inclusief stopverf? Oh, geef niet. Kijk gewoon nog even verder. Bedankt.
Oh my God, that was great. That was great. I love it.
Oh, there's Doodle. Get it, Doodle.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Get up, get up, get up, get up.
This is creepy.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get on up. Get up.
Oh my God.
Jovem um sucesso.
Get on up.
This is gonna be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
At the river mouth, the bears catch only the tastiest, most tender salmon. Which is exactly what we at John West want.
What the hell?
Trying to mess with the mama bear. Learning his lesson. Or not.
The worst, only the best.
Hey, Jaded.
Put a spell on you.
De l'eau, de l'air.
That reminds me of somebody else I know.
Oh, Lord. Huh? What? There's people again. Don't push the cop car over.
No, I said no. I meant no. Come on, back to the stop line. No, stop crying. Would you stop crying? Come on. Please, come on. Why do you always cry?
Hey.
Yeah. Yo.
This poor guy. Nah.
Oh.
Oh my God. Those candy bar commercials are absolutely hilarious.
Seriously.
Sorry, party's canceled. Waiting on the cable internet guy.
Tell us that.
This kills me.
First, I had cable, but those cords.
I cried when I saw this one.
I needed to find new Wi-Fi.
And he cried.
I didn't cry.
So he switched to T-Mobile. Home internet with 5G. It runs on their network. Just plug it in and you'll see. What a feeling! Stop streaming. Have some wings to chow. I need home internet from T-Mobile to fulfill my life. My life.
Yeah, what's up?
We have T-Mobile now. Party's back on.
They have completely and totally ruined Aquaman.
Yes, they did.
It's done now. I'll never see that. I'll never ever unsee that again in my life.
Yeah.
Do it again with your shirt off. You guys are fine.
Ew.
Oh, I forgot something. 1 second.
Yeah, that's cool.
Tina, Mita, vamos.
Tina, Mita.
Oh, it's dynamite.
It's not dynamite.
Es dinamita.
Abuelas. I'm looking everywhere for you.
Tina, Mita, go ahead. Try us.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cut. Hey, Arnold, I'm hearing neighbor. It's neighbor.
That's what I said. Neighbor.
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 Let's go there.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cut.
Now what?
Neighbor.
Yeah, neighbor. Just like it's written on the paper. Neighbor! That was the sheep. And you know it. Neighbor.
Still no.
Neighbor.
Neighbor.
Bah. Bah. This lady's in labor.
Cut. Arnold, had a bit of a script change. You'll love this.
Thank you, Agent State Farm.
Like a good
neighbor, State Farm is there.
You are a backstabber.
I'm a backstabber.
He's here. Anyone want a Coors Light?
Oh my.
Oh, shoot, I forgot to play the song.
Thanks, LL Cool J.
I got a guy who can fix this.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal. 100%.
Electric.
It's the real deal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Right. We both know.
It's the man who makes the clothes.
You know, you look nice.
Okay. We done?
Hello, Mr. Walken. Does this table work for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did someone say yeah?
Don't you got somewhere to be?
Yeah.
Oh. There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on. Spray up yourself.
Yeah, Molly wants you to check Discord before I forget.
How did this even start happening?
Molly and Andy, I'm pretty sure.
Surprise.
Right?
What now, Molly?
Tread carefully.
Uh-huh. Okay. What the hell?
What? Breaking can. What?
I'm actually curious now.
Totally spaced out on that one. Sorry. I got distracted. You're muted. You and your
There's nothing.
mute.
I'm not even saying anything.
Oh. I can't tell sometimes because the name Dago kind of goes over the bottom half of your head. So I just see your head moving, and I'm like, well, if you're talking, then.
Nope. There's nothing to say you're welcome to. I'm not saying thank you. I'm confused now. Completely. I'm done. I need a nap after watching that one. What the hell happened? What happened now?
I don't know. Why are we looking
Breaking
at your studio?
Canton Task Force through. I don't know. Told you I was lost.
Canton Task Force arrests 3 Canton kidnapping beatings. What? That doesn't even make sense.
We talking about Canton, like Karen Reed Canton? Or Canton, Ohio here?
Canton Task Force. That was 2 days ago.
I don't see anything.
Oh, I found something.
Oh, here in Ohio.
Yeah. A multi-agency fugitive task force on Wednesday arrested 3 suspects accused of holding victims captive in a home's basement for days and beating them with a baseball bat and pistol.
Damn.
Here, let me share it so everybody can see it.
Fugitives Jermaine Taylor, 33, Cassandra Cheek, 34, Tyson Dean, 37, are wanted by U.S. Marshal Service and Canton Police Department for allegedly holding victims in basement. Okay. Wow.
1500 block of Clark Avenue Southwest in Canton from at least July 10th to July 12th.
Jesus. It's about 20 minutes for me. Now it's more like 40 minutes. I'm sorry. Crazy people. Thank you, Terry. All right, guys. I do got to get off here for a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. Hubby's already hollering at me.
Yes. Don't forget, when Salty goes live, you guys got to be there. So
I'll probably be out. I'm tired, so.
Barbara just found her brother passed. What?
Hmm?
Oh, Jesus God. Where's she at?
Aw.
Are you here,
poor
Miss Barbara?
woman.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Prayers and condolences, Barbara. We love you. You know we're here if you need us. Do what you got to do. I'm so very sorry. What, Molly?
Oh, I'm showing my email. Sorry, guys.
You might want to take that down. What am I looking at, Molly? Good, Truth. Okay, I seen it. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's
All
just
right.
probably a delay.
Yeah. All right, Miss Barbara, God bless. We're with you in our hearts. So we do love you, and we're so very sorry, hon. You have our condolences and our prayers with you. If you need anything, let us know, please.
Yes, Doodle.
Horrible. All right, guys. All right, I'm going to get off here for now. Please tune in to Salty's channel here when she goes live. Hopefully, I'll see you there if my wife lets me. I plan on being there, but thank you, Doodle. Check on her, please, if you can. And guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Thanks so much for tuning in today. I appreciate you very much. For those of you that I may not see later, God bless and good night. The rest of you, I will see you very soon. Mama Bear, thank you for joining me. It was fun.
You're welcome. That was fun.
And I hope you have a great rest of your night and get some sleep, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, you will, because I'm off work.
Good stuff. That's awesome. You too, Molly. Everybody else have a great night. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. See you all later.
Yes. See you all later. We love you all so very much. Bye-bye now. We love you too, Molly, and all the rest of you all. Good night. Bye-bye. That's awesome, Norma. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome, Norma. Thank you very much, man. Have a great night.